stream?
Yeah, I just started.
Oh.
All right, just give me a bit, guys. Can you get a daddy to catch up?
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, just welcome to the stream, guys. I'm eating dinner. What's up, Emerald? I probably seen this video 10 years ago. Tommy, I hope. So I'm tired of the digital bullshit. So you know they did campaigns on first-person shooters. Yeah. Well, what's going on with a lot of first-person shooters? You find out that a lot of players are playing the multiplayer more than they're playing the campaign. So a lot of these first-person shooters are even removing the campaigns. See how they're stream.
Hi.
Wait, look into the camera. You can't see.
Hi.
My daughter. All right, let me get started. All right. Let's get this. I'm hungry. What's up, Ruin? What's up, Omega? The digital gaming is overrated. The best games I played this generation has been Metaphor, RoboCop, Rogue City, Hi-Fi Rush. It feels like in. All right, let me go. Chicken quesadilla. Chicken quesadilla. Quesadilla. Tomorrow in the morning. And I'm gonna eat this. Let more people come in. Wait, hold up. Somebody said, "Wait, hold up." Now that was funny. Hold up. Somebody said, "Who was it? Fivefold." What's up, Michael? He said, "Gaming the next 5 years, all gotcha." I bet. And he ain't lying. He is not lying. He is not lying. He is not lying at all. Yeah, I'm hungry as hell. It's dinner time. Ain't lunch here. As Capcom fan, I'm happy, but I feel they can do better. Yeah, they can always do better. Any company can do better. Hungry as a mug. ZZZ2. Xenozone Zero 2. Why would we even talk about that? That's going to last for a minute. I don't need it, too. What's up, Steaks? Oh, yeah. We're going to... Yeah. Wow. Yeah, we'll talk about VK a little bit later. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I know some of you, I sent the digital comics out, and a lot of you guys just started to read it and stuff. Getting positive feedback. We'll talk more about that later, a little bit later during the stream. I can't really do gotcha, man. I'm not gonna not play them, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try them. I'm gonna try them. So I think ZZ is going to be a decade-long game. Look at Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact's still here, so you know for a fact that's going to be here. It's going to be here for a long time. Yeah, I would love to see them do a new Skies of Arcadia. That'd be dope. I was a fan of Ubisoft. They messed up, man. They messed up big time. What's up? Was it Atelier? What's going on? What's up, Vernon? I hate Gotcha. Zenless and Anata would be so hard as pay to own. Yeah, man. Like that's the thing that gets me upset. Anata, Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero. I would wish those games were actually like buy to own. You know what I'm saying? Like I always want like an anime inspired games that have mechanics like that. But I would love to buy to own the game. But instead, we don't own the game. It's free to play. It's gotcha mechanics. I did a video about it, and if they decide to just cease development or just stop supporting the game, that's it. You know. I can't believe it's been this long. Yup. I'm champion at the bit for that VK. Are you a backer? If you are a backer, I sent out the digital comic because the physical comics ain't going to hit my doorstep until next week. Because next week we're going to start beginning the first phase of the fulfillment process. Because covers B, C, and D is going to be here next week. But since cover A has more copies, it's going to take a couple more days. It's going to take to the 25th for cover A to get here. So we're going to start the process for the covers that are there, and we'll start fulfilling those packages first as we wait for cover A to get here, the physical. You can just call me Toka. I usually go by that. Okay, Toka. If I can remember, because I'll still see your name and call you that. I got to remember that. I start remembering names once you guys start to frequent. Like, Vernon's a frequent. Who else we got? Because so many of y'all guys. We get Derpy. He comes in every once in a while, but that's still my boy. He's been around for years. But Omega is frequent. As I said before, Cavern is frequent. Vernon is frequent. Code is frequent. Chris is frequent. Ruined is frequent. It's a lot of you guys. Kami is frequent. Emerald is frequent. So the more frequent you guys become, the more I'll remember your names that you prefer me to call you guys and stuff. Yes, I'm a backer. I will be reading it this weekend after work. Also, thanks for the plug on Twitter. Oh, no problem. He said I'll be interested in the new Shining game from Sega. Love playing Shining Force on Game Boy Advance. Yeah, I had Shining Force on Game Boy Advance. Seriously, Zenless Zero or not are everything I've ever wanted from an anime game, but they're FTP, yeah, free to play. What do you think of about a game or event centered around the A-Force or the Lady Liberators? What were you referring to? Omega? Yeah, man, I'm part of the furniture around here. I got you. Totally understandable. They call me Andre. Okay, yeah, Andre, and yeah, so yeah, the more you guys keep coming in, I'll start to recognize everybody and remember names and stuff because I'm not good at names. That's another, and especially when it comes to females, like girls, the women I've been on dates with or had been in relationships with when I first got to know them, always forget their names. I was not good at names, period. But once I'm around you long enough, it works out. Oh, I don't know nothing about those. It'll be dope. I want they beat them up. Yeah, I never heard of that team. Yeah, I never heard of that team. Oh, I'm so hungry. Eat some of this chicken quesadilla. I'm not gonna eat all of it. Normally, when I order it, I don't eat everything. I save it for lunch and stuff. I just need enough to make my stomach feel good. Oh, A-Force. Yeah. There's like a female Avenger team. That's right. Yeah, A-Force. I got it. They try to do something like that in the Avengers Endgame. I ain't really care for Class of 3000. I ain't really care for that. What's up, Baka? Yeah, Cartoon Network was great a long time ago, man. I used to love me some Cartoon Network. Michael Coulter says, "Moving Lord, you know what's in there is missing? Game World beat 'em ups. Man, they need to bring back. Do you agree that Game World beat 'em ups? What do you mean? What's game? Is that a category of beat 'em ups? You said Game World beat 'em ups. What's that? I couldn't really. I grew up with Ed and Eddie, but I really couldn't get into Ed and Eddie. I watched it a lot, but I just couldn't get into it. I love me some Courage the Cowardly Dog and Teen Titans. I remember before it came to Cartoon Network, it used to come on Philadelphia WB before WB became the CW. Hell yeah, back when Cartoon Network was awesome. That's how I agree with you right there, bro. Yeah. All right, eat this and save the other one for later. I want to escape my. Yeah, I love Samurai Jack as well. The reason I would like A-Force and Lady Liberators. I wouldn't have a problem with A-Force, but we got current day Disney. Instead of just giving us dope female team, they'll make it more than just that because they're Disney. They can't help themselves. My jam was Saturday anime with sci-fi with the Sci-Fi Channel. Yeah, yeah. Remember, I was young. My parents wouldn't let me watch the Saturday, especially at especially during the summer. They had a lot of the adult anime stuff on the Sci-Fi Channel, and they used to run late at night, around like 12 a.m. or something like that. And we wasn't allowed to. Mom and Dad would let me to watch it, and we had to go to bed, and Mom and Dad would watch it together. But when my dad's like, you know what? No, my son is. I was real young, but my son's like, yo, my dad's like, my son's becoming a man. So my dad started letting me watch a lot of that stuff. That's how I got open to the world of anime. Like I said before, my first actual gruesome anime was Ninja Scrolls. I was really, really young, and my dad allowed me to watch it. And it blew my mind because I didn't know cartoons was capable of that, or I didn't know it was legal for cartoons because you as a little kid you watch cartoons. Cartoons are funny. Yeah, it has some action and some violence in it, but it's cartoon violence. But now I'm watching anime and there's sex, gore, all kinds of stuff, and I'm like, wow. And as a little kid, my eyes is wide open. Like I just took a taste of the forbidden fruit, and that was an experience right there. And then Akira came after that, and many other animes after I started watching. Then Street Fighter 2 was very gruesome. Street Fighter 2 animated movie, the OVA. And since then, I've just been an anime fan. And then the Fatal Fury animated movies, loved all of them. I mean, in Game World, need to bring back. Okay, cares about diversity and storytelling. Like, bro, Toy Story 3, I almost cried myself. Like my daughter, she loves Toy Story, especially Toy Story 3, because she was really, really young then. And I remember watching Toy Story 3, man. That was a perfect ending arc for Andy. and passing on them toys, and they watching Andy. Andy was pretty much a representation of you growing up, and now you're going into your adult life and stuff like that, and you create a new chapter of your life, and you let old things go. And that was so sad, and they could have just ended it right there. And now all of a sudden we had Toy Story 4, and now they talking about Toy Story 5 or some shit like that. I saw that a while ago. Weak gaming in 5 years. What's up, Warlord? Japan did not hold back. Sure didn't. And I've been amongst in the world that Captain, hell yeah, I'm right there with you, man. Hell, I'm 39 years old. I'll be 38 this month, and my daughter will be 16. We in the same year. We in the same month together. She's 2 days before my birthday. I need to get Samurai Champloo series. I love Champloo. You're not really late. We just really started talking. I'm eating right now, so we haven't really gotten into like deep into anything yet. No, South Side. And look, right a corner from me. I was a kid in the 80s, so I am the key demo for the Generation 1 Transformer, Voltron, Robotech. Oh man, I used to love Voltron growing up. Oh, and I never saw Guyver, the anime. No got a chance to watch that. He said, but my first hardcore anime was Guyver, the bio boosted armor. Yeah, I never seen that. My uncle owned it. Oh yeah. Oh, your second child is 16. Oh, cool. I said I want Taco Bell. What's up, Joel? Woo, Jesus, man. Close this. Eat the rest tomorrow for lunch. I don't want this to sit on top. It's cold. Eat that tomorrow. I'll just eat the fries now. I love Black Lagoon. Favorite anime. I gotta get that a rewatch. I haven't seen that in a long time. Love it. Love the characters and everything. That was my anime. All right, so Vernon, in fact, my dad still has all his old school anime videos. I never watched Black Butler. All right, so let me get to what we normally do here. As I said before, if you're new to the channel, and you only recognize me from Twitter, I do have a YouTube channel because a lot of people didn't know that I had a YouTube channel, and then vice versa. A lot of people didn't know I had a Twitter or X profile. So my YouTube channel right here, if you're interested, I'll post this right here in the comment section in the chat. You can check out my YouTube channel. I cover gaming content. I just recently put up a new video today, which is not really doing good in views, and I kind of expect that. I'm covering indie games. So my first episode of Indie Corner, I'm covering a game called 13Z, which is the Zodiac Trials. I got a play test, got a chance to play it and everything. Go check it out. As I said before, expect more indie games here on the channel. I guess it's gonna be a while before this segment actually gain traction, because this is like one of my lowest view videos. It's 9 hours, only got 90 views, so no one really gives a shit. But yeah, man, go check that out. and see what you think of it. I got a couple other indie games that I'm playing right now, or like impressions for like demos and stuff. Right now, I'm only covering demos of newer games and stuff like that. That's in the works, and cover it and stuff, and give you my thoughts and opinions. I will be doing full games and reviews and stuff like that. But right now, I still got a couple games on my consoles I got to finish before I invest in a full length of an indie game or like that. Because that mean I got to split my time between games. So let me get these other games off my back first before I actually dive into some full games. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cover a lot of play tests, a lot of upcoming games that's in the works that are indie games, and I'll do indie game news in general or whatever like that. So stay tuned for that when we get into the indie corner. What's up, Raph? What's going on? You said like this video. If you don't, Ice Skate will heal. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Hitting the like button during the streams, that also helps me out, and it'll get more people to it'll put me out there in the live stream algorithm for more people to find the stream and come on in and stuff like that. So definitely do that. You seen the Anime X, also known as X? No, I've never seen that. You said it looked like a hack and slash, a rise of a Risk of Rain too. I'm definitely going to tune in Indie Corner. Yeah, appreciate it. We got to start somewhere. At least you provided alternatives and show love for independent projects, unlike most of the culture war soldiers. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Culture says, Vernon, oh man, that sucks. You could have left it for your son or your nephew. That sucks. Yeah, too. Well, I just quit my job again, so I'm free. Fuck that job. What happened? What kind of job were you working? Yeah, so yeah, this is my YouTube channel. So go definitely check out the YouTube channel. I cover a lot of gaming news. I was covering culture war at some point, but I'm pivoting my channel away from it. It doesn't mean that it would never come up again. You're going to see it. You're not going to see it as often as you used to see it. If I'm going to talk about culture war stuff, it will probably be more so on streams, because we always get into those discussions anyway. But yes, so if you hear and you just want to just talk about gaming, get to find out what games are coming out, and I'm also doing anime reviews and I'm covering certain animes that I enjoy and stuff like that. So a lot of it is coming to the channel. You just got to bear with me. I also got to make an intro for my anime segment too, because I got an intro for the indie corner that I came up with. So you can, when you click on the video, you can definitely check out that intro and everything. God damn. It's at Buffalo Wild Wings. It's a long. Oh, what's up, Aegis? What's going on? And then of course I have an X page, so you can definitely check out my X page. I'll post this in the comment section or the chat, so you can follow me there. Like you can have it, and like I said, I talk to everybody on here. And also, if you have some topics you like for me to discuss that I didn't cover, and if I can get around to it, you can DM me some topics or whatever like that, and I'll look over it and stuff. So my DMs are always open on X, so feel free to go there and hit me up. And then let's see. Basically, I was smoking the joint outside, and my slave Chappelle, looking as a manager, came out and started bitching again. I shrugged my shoulders, like, "What was you talking about?" And get sent home. June Ram, is that where you work at? Bro, that feeling especially is all seen, but it's scary because I'm free. But what now? I'm on that Discord. So and then also let me do that. Let me get the Discord invites too. If you're interested in just wanting to be part of the Discord, you could definitely do that. I'm definitely gonna be looking for more moderators for the streams, so I don't have to keep doing this stuff. You guys, like my moderators, I'll leave it to my moderators to start posting like links to my Discord or links to my YouTube channel and stuff like that. So I'm definitely gonna need some more mods. I know June is one of my mods, but I'm definitely gonna need some mods here when it comes to handling these chats and stuff like that, and sharing important information and reminding people to hit the like button and stuff like that on the stream and stuff. Yeah, Michael, that job sucks. We don't even get breaks. Damn, they be slaving niggas like the dog. I remember. I mean, I can't remember the last time. He said, "Sorry, man, I'm still a little high." I can't remember like the last time I worked there. I slaved like that. I slaved at a Mexican restaurant called the Adobe Cafe. This is before my my daughter was born. Me and my ex, me and my baby mom, we were working there. Now, my baby mom's mom knew the owners, Mr. Mariano and his wife Maria. They're Mexican, and I remember the only reason I got the job was because she had to tell them that me and her wasn't she had to tell the owners that me and her wasn't boyfriend and girlfriend, because the whole boyfriend and girlfriend thing is like, if I take off, then she wants to take off, and all this type of stuff like that. So that's how I got in the job or whatever. It was my first time working at a restaurant, and oh man, I worked it 6 days a week. I only have off on Sundays, and we got paid cash in hand, pretty much. I was a bus boy. I started off as a bus boy. So I remember Maria told me that all my money comes in an envelope. All my money comes in an envelope, and we also get like half. We get half the tips and all this other type of stuff. But even the tip mechanics at that place was kind of sketchy. It didn't make sense. And it was a Mexican restaurant, but it was white people that worked the front, and it was illegals that worked in the back. It was no other Mexicans working there, but the illegals that did the cooking and the dishwashing. I was like the only black motherfucker that worked there. But yeah, so I remember when I got the job, and we had worked, and it was in Roxborough, and you know me, I live in South Philly, so it's like a 45-minute to an hour bus ride. Because you had to take the bus. Was it the 125? I think it was. One of those buses take you to Kelly Drive to Roxborough. So it takes you on the expressway and everything to get there. Now, my baby mom, she lived in Roxborough, but she always used to come down to Philly to come see me, or stay at my crib at times, or whatever like that, or vice versa. I would stay at night up there at times in Roxborough. So yeah, so it was right where she lived at. Actually, she lived down the street from the job. So I would take the bus up there, and we had worked, like I said, 6 days a week. I was a bus boy. I remember when I first got the job, Miss Maria taught me how to taught me the table numbers, where everything is seated at, and where how to sit people down, and what the numbers are. So when they call out the numbers when it's for the food or whatever like that, I know the table numbers. I memorized. It was like, how many tables was it? I think it was like it was around like 50 tables or 54 tables or whatever like that. And I memorized all 54 tables, right? And she was impressed with it, because normally people, like, when they're the beginner, they don't get it on the first day. But I really wanted to show that, hey, I'm willing to work here. And this is right when I dropped out of college at the time, before I went back to college and graduated. This is during the time I dropped out first. And I remember wait, hold on, I got something. I got a toothpick. Yeah, so then she took me into like the bar area. And I remember when she told me, because it only opens up for lunch and dinner, it doesn't have a breakfast. So I remember at the bar, she told me, never, when you close down, if there's still people in an area, you know, as you're closing down, never lift the seats up and put it on the table, because when you close down, you have to clean the tables off, and you have to take the seats and you put them on top. You flip them upside down and put it on top of the table or whatever like that. She tells me to never do that when there's customers in that area, because it's rude, it's impolite and stuff like that. So like, okay, I'll keep that in mind. So I remember that. So she showed me the bar area or whatever like that. It says, she had perfect examples, because the place I had to leave before 11 o'clock, because the buses don't run in Roxborough at 11. So I had to leave at 10 in order to catch my bus to get back to South Philly. And me and my baby mom to get back to South Philly, or at the time. So I remember all that. So my job as the bus boy is that all customers, when they come in, after they're seated, after the hostess seat them, you're supposed to bring in the guacamole and the salsa and the chips and water. You're supposed to put them all down, at the table. Make sure soon when they come in, you make sure they have that stuff. That was my job. That's the only thing I had to do. And I remember when I first went in the back of the kitchen, I remember where they had where I had to get some ice to put in the cups. And I remember this. They had this big sheet of ice. They had this big sheet of ice, right? And I was like, yo, like none of it, I was like, how can I put ice in the cup? It's a block of ice. So they didn't even have an ice picker. I don't know what happened at the time, but they didn't have an ice picker. They had a literal hammer that was used for construction that at the time that they had. And Mr. Mariotto came in and said, no, just use this. It was an actual hammer that still had the stuff on and everything. And he started banging on the ice and shit like that. And I'm looking like, isn't that like contamination and shit like that? What's up, Brad? So I really appreciate that. Honestly, what's that? So I'm like, isn't that like contamination? I was like, that doesn't make any sense. So he started breaking up the ice with the hammer and shit like that. So I started putting the ice in and everything. And I'm laying down the guacamole, the salsa, the chips, and all this other type of stuff down on the table. And I mean, when they got hectic, it got hectic. Now, bro, like I said before, I wasn't getting a check. They would pay me up front. They would pay like bus boys and everything up front. So I got everything in the envelope. They told me I get everything in the envelope. So I got paid every week. And now this is back in 2000. This is like in 2007, I believe. I think it was like 2007. It's back in 2007. Now, I'm bringing home nearly $600 to $700. I'm bringing home nearly $600 to $700 a week. I'm nearly bringing home that a week, $600 to $700. And remember, all cash. I'm getting all cash. There's no taxes taken out, anything. And they give it to me in this thick envelope and shit like that. So after that, my baby mom was getting paid more than me. I was getting around like I said, like $600 to $700, but she was a hostess, so she was bringing home about $800 to $900 a week because that place was popping. When I said that place they was making, Mr. Mariano and his wife was making a lot of money. Yeah, I was making money there, but the thing was, I had no life. I worked 6 days a week. I worked six fucking days a week. I had no time. I was saving bread. I had no time to actually spend it or anything because I'm constantly at work and dead fucking tired. Dead tired. So so what happened was, now we started working there for about like 2 months straight, constantly working there. I'm making bread, and my mom and dad said, son, make sure you keep tabs on how much money you getting and how much money that you earning and stuff like that. Always keep track record of that stuff. Put it on your calendar and this, that, and the third. So then that's when Miss Maria upgraded me. She said, you've done a good job. We're going to upgrade you into a food runner. So now I'm carrying the food. They told me how to put all this food on the plate. I'm carrying trays with fajitas. I got to carry the tray. And then with the food and everything, I've never done anything like this or whatever like that. So I'm learning. I'm getting good at it. I'm getting real good at it and stuff like that. So I'm coming in. I'm putting the food down. Even the customers would say to Miss Maria, because Miss Maria was just so happy. She's like the happy wife, walking around seeing their business, and people, she asked the customers if they're having, if they like the food and stuff. And the customer said, that young man right there, like, he deserves a raise or something. Like, sweet young man, talking about me, sweet young man, and his speed and stuff like that. He's talking about all kinds of stuff. So Miss Marita or whatever like that, she comes over to me and said, yeah, like the family over there said they want to thank you and stuff like that. I was like, oh, thanks. Ain't nothing. See, it's my job and stuff like that. So after that, she upgraded me to food runner. The story how I wanted to. Yeah. So hold up, Cole. So yeah, so this way. So after this, right? She upgrades me to food runner. Now she upgrades me to food runner around the time Cinco de Mayo. She said, listen, Cinco de Mayo is where like everybody gets paid the most money. It's so crowded. When I say it's fucking crowded, it's crowded. So now we don't open up at lunch. We open up around, we have to get there around like 9 a.m. and start prepping for it. Because Cinco de Mayo is fucking hectic. Everybody has to come to work. I mean, everybody from every shift, everybody has to come to work that day. Now, she's hyping Cinco de Mayo up because she's telling me this is the most money I will ever make in one gulp like this. She was telling me that I was going to bring home at least $1,400. At least that's how much money he's making, and my baby mom's going to at least bring home a good 1,600. So I was like, cool. So I made sure I'm getting a lot of rest coming up to Cinco de Mayo. I'm preparing for it. I say, yo, I'm about to make some fucking bread. So now I've been the bus boy that week for Cinco de Mayo or whatever like that. So now Cinco de Mayo comes, right? Busy, hectic day. It was hectic. We was there until like 11. So I end up staying there over my girlfriend's house or whatever. I end up staying there with her. And the next day was our day off. So I was able to get a chance to rest and stuff. So what happened was the day was time to get paid. Now I didn't work that day because that when they made me a busboy, me and my girlfriend, or my baby mom, she wasn't my baby mom yet. Me and my girlfriend, now we got separate days. Now we're not even working on the same day anymore. Ever since Maria made me a food runner. Ever since she made me a food runner, now we don't even work the same days. Sometimes we work the same days, sometimes we don't. So now she has to. My girlfriend has to go to work on payday. I was off on my payday, so I'm going there to get my fucking money. So when I go in there, and it's time to get my money, I'm expecting at least a good $1,200 to $1,400. So when I get in there, I'm expecting an envelope. Instead, when I get the envelope, it's only $300 in the envelope. Only $300. My ex, or my baby mom, she got $1,600. I only got $300. So when Maria gave it to me, I looked at the envelope. I opened it up. Because I was happy. I didn't even look at it. I walked out happy. Once I got to the bus stop, I'm looking through it. I'm like, $300. I'm like, fuck that. I'm like, what's going on? I walk back, go inside. So I'm like, Miss Maria, I said, can we talk for a second? She's like, yeah, sure thing, baby. So I saw pulled her over to the side and stuff. So next thing you know, I was like, listen, we talked like a couple days ago. You told me on Cinco de Mayo I was going to make anywhere from around, this amount of money. You told me around like $1,400. I come out and look in this envelope. It's only $300 here. And she said, no, that's how much you earned. And this and there. I said, no. You told me that I was going to get this. And not only that, I count my hours. I calculated all my hours. And that's why I'm glad I listened to my mom and dad. Calculated all my hours. I'm not even supposed to I'm going to get way more than $300. What is going on here? When I showed her that I had everything calculated and stuff, now she had got an attitude. And she's like, I'll be right back. She goes upstairs. And then she come back downstairs, and she said that her husband wanted to see me, Mr. Mariano. So I'm like, all right. So now my girlfriend looking like, what's going on or whatever like that. So I go upstairs. Mr. Mariano took me into his office, had me come sit down and shit. So he was like, so what's the problem here? I was like, well, Miss Maria told me this is how much I was supposed to get paid. And now I look at this envelope, I only see $300 in here. I'm short some money. So I asked her. Well, and that's when he comes back and tells me that, well, my wife was telling me that that I was being confrontational and I was being an asshole. I was like, whoa. I said, first of all, I wasn't, whatever she told you, that did not go down that way. And two, I wasn't even there to defend myself. So she can tell you any story that she can tell you or whatever like that. And I'm telling you right now, I did not disrespect that woman. I didn't disrespect your wife. I had the utmost respect for you and your wife because you guys gave me an opportunity to work here or whatever like that. All I did was ask a question. How come I didn't get what I was said I was going to get? And then I showed your wife how all my hours and stuff like that. And still, even beyond that, I'm going to get more than just $300. So all of a sudden, he gets quiet for a second, and he was saying, "Do you like working here?" I was like, "I guess." After what's going on right now, I guess. You know what I'm saying? So that's when he gets up, and he started looking through all the drawers and stuff like that. He looked through his wife's drawer. It was a bunch of envelopes, and those envelopes was other people's money, but mostly my money. She was taking my money and pocketing in my money and shit like that. When he seen that I saw that shit, he heard me shut the drawer and he realized like, yo, this bitch is stealing from me. She's pocketing, she's keeping money to herself and shit like that. But she's only doing it to me. Like, what the hell is going on here? So what happened was he gave me a check and he was saying, well, did my wife tell you that when you're a food runner, food runners get checks or whatever like that because you got to get taxed and all this other type of stuff? I said, she didn't tell me that. She told me all my payments come in envelopes. She didn't tell me that food runners get a check or any other position. She just told me that working here, you get all your money in an envelope. So now, since I'm a food runner, got a check, all taxes took all that fucking money. Taxes, not all the money, but took the money, and then she pocketed the rest of the money that she was supposed to give me. So he gave me the check, and then he took the envelope that was in there and gave me that money. So now I go home, right? I go home, and I'm just pissed because I gotta be to work the next day. I come to work the next day. Miss Maria is not saying shit to me. She's not saying hi to me. She's not smiling at me or anything. She ain't saying shit to me. So I'm working. I'm like, man, fuck her. Like just fuck her or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm doing my job. I'm running the food and stuff like that. And then she started getting an attitude because now not only was I running the food, it was so crowded that I also had to do the busboy position too. So she got mad at me was because it was so crowded. People started complaining because people wasn't getting their chips. They wasn't getting their dip. It was just so crazy. So what I did was I came up with my own system. I had my girlfriend. I had the people that was working the front. I said, listen, I would drop all the chips. You guys handle all the water because it takes so much time trying to get all the chips. And guess what? All the tacos and all the chips, like the nachos, they had them in a trash can or whatever like that. And you scoop the nachos out of the trash can and you put them in the basket. The whole place is questionable when it comes to how he was handling the food and shit like that. I just put it that way. And then not only that, you had two employees, this white chick and this white dude, who lives in the apartment upstairs. They have a dog. They would literally walk their dog in the kitchen. They would literally walk their dog in the kitchen near the food and stuff like that, which was also nasty. And which was also fucking nasty. So now I'm sitting. So now we clearing all the tables because the system that I had, I'm putting down every time I put chips down. My girlfriend would come down and put all the waters down. So now everybody's getting the chip sauce and water and stuff. The system that I came up with. Miss Maria didn't like that because I overstepped her because the idea that she wanted us to stay doing the method that she wanted us to do, but that method at the time of that crowd that we had, that chaos that we had, was not fucking working. Everybody getting stressed the fuck out. So I figured out like, yo, let's do it this way, and it worked. She didn't like that. Now she had an attitude that I did that. So I was like, okay. So now, as I'm on my lunch break or whatever, Mr. Mariano, her husband, shows up. He comes over and he slides me another envelope. And the envelope is more money. He gives me more money or whatever like that. And then he goes like this and then walks off and shit. So I'm like, I don't know what the hell. I said, I don't know what the hell is going on or whatever like that. But yeah, as I said before, so what was going on was every pay week I was getting less and less money. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on? My baby mom, she's getting her money. But every time I'm looking, I'm the only one getting shortchanged. So now I got an attitude again. So now I go back. So the day I go to work or whatever like that, I told Mr. Mariano, I said, yo, what the fuck is going on? I said, yo, I'm short again. What is going on here? So he comes back and give me another envelope. So later on that night, Miss Maria had me close down everything. So I'm closing down everything, getting everything where it need to be. The customers are emptying out. So he had about like 5 people in the bar or whatever like that. I go to the bar, I clean, I wipe everything down, and I go to Miss Maria, and I told her, I said, listen, Miss Maria, I'm done. I have to catch my bus. I gotta get back to Philly because the bus closed at a certain time up in that area. So I said, Miss Maria, I'm done. He said, you can check everything. So she normally checks everything. So she checks everything, and you can tell this bitch is trying to look for a problem. She's looking around and shit like that. Everything is spotless. I'm not playing around. You know what I'm saying? So that's when she goes into the bar, right? And then she comes back out, and she said, what do you not understand about about closing a bar? I'm closing down. And I said, what are you talking about? She said, how come you didn't put any of the chairs up? I was like, you told me not to. You told me whenever there's customers in the area, never to put the chairs up because that's rude and impolite. So that's what she said. That's when she stopped and said, so you know what? I'm getting sick of your attitude, and I'm sick of people like you. I said, like me? Yo, dog, I was about to lose my fucking... Yo, dude, she got an attitude, and all I did was throw back in her face everything that she told me to do. I'm following protocol, and now also you want to try to twist it on me and say that I'm the issue, that I'm the fucking problem. A customer's been telling me that you've been an issue. What? Didn't a couple of days ago the customer say how much a good job I was doing and I was recommended? So now I'm an issue, I'm a problem. Yo, dude, I started losing my fucking mind over like that. And say, you know what? Like, you don't have to work here. I was like, fine, bitch, I don't gotta work here. I said, I don't have to work here. I don't. I took my apron off and just threw it at her and shit like that. So and I was so fucking mad. I was so fucking mad. I walked out, and then my baby mom didn't even know what was going on. She's like, boo, what's going on? What's going on? I just walked out, didn't say nothing. And then that's when she found out, and then that's when my baby mom was sat down and told Maria that she can't work here anymore. And Maria's looking like, what do you mean you can't work anymore? And then she told her that that's my boyfriend and stuff like that. So now she lost 2 good fucking workers or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I remember going home just like so angry, so pissed, because she tried to make it seem like that I was the issue, that I was the problem, and then she was stealing from me. And then the husband knew that she was stealing from me or whatever like that. And that's why he kept giving me envelopes with money in it to pay me back all the shit that she was stealing from me and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it was just such a horrible experience, because I was slaving, dude. I was so tired. I worked 6 days a week. I worked from 2:00 p.m. all the way to 10 o'clock p.m. And then I have to make sure to get home and catch the bus. And then I have to wait at the bus stop for an entire hour for the bus to get there, and then take the bus that takes an hour ride bus back to South Philly. You know what I'm saying? And then freshen up, and then gotta go to sleep and do it all over again. And I sleep most of the morning from all that ripping and running around, you know, running with the dishes and carrying all these plates, burning my fingertips and stuff like that. It was tiresome. And then this bitch was stealing money from me. You know what I'm saying? I was so fucking pissed or whatever. And yeah, man, that was the worst experience. And then I found out later that him and his wife got divorced, and then their businesses got shut down. It was crazy. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. Exactly. It was crazy. So now that you're doing indie game on your channel, can I make a suggestion? Yeah, go ahead, make a suggestion. Let me is it that fighting game you're talking about? My jaw's on the ground, like, what the fuck? Scanning hard as fuck. You never street always all down. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. It was just crazy. You and your girl was like Sonya Blade and Jax. It wishy-washy like that. Yeah, man. And now you making more money than all them bitches. Yeah. Oh man. Another worst experience was my teenage years when I was working at Wendy's. I never want to work a fast food joint ever again. Wendy's was the worst fucking experience ever, bro. The worst fucking experience. None of the managers respect you. They talk down to you. You know what I'm saying? And you can tell a lot of them are miserable with their lives, that they'll never amount to be anything else in their life but be a fucking manager at a fast food restaurant. You know what I'm saying? And that was another worst experience. Because at the end of the day, because and the thing is, they always do their good employees this way. Because there was a lot of motherfuckers on that job that was lazy as fuck. They never do their job. They come to work late. I come to work 20 minutes early. Because my school, my high school, Bach Tech, a vocational school, was only a 5-minute walk from the Wendy's on Front in Oregon that used to be there. So my friend Sabrina, she got me a job there, and I thank her for that. I was like 16 years old, and I remember I got the job instantly because when I got there, I showed the manager, Miss Denise, my report card. I was an honor roll student, never late, never had any days off. Her eyes got big, and I didn't have to go through the entire process. She just hired me on the spot or whatever like that, Miss Denise. So I got the job just like that. Wasn't even a problem. And I remember, man, I used to come to work faithfully. And this is the first I'm working a job. Now I'm a teenager. I'm working a job. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy as fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm working now. You know what I'm saying? My mom proud of me, my dad proud of me and stuff like that. I'm working my first job. And I used to come to work every day happy. Like I got a job. I always wanted to work a job and stuff like that. I worked my dad's contracting job, but I wanted to go out and work, out there. And I remember, man, that job was like it was just sucking my soul. It was just draining me because it seemed like no matter how hard you work, it was never good enough. You know what I'm saying? And then you had the owner who owned the franchise in that area. She was a bitch. But because I ended up getting my brother Keo a job there, so me and Keo started working there too, together. And for some strange reason, like me and the owner had clashed with one another. Because this bitch, man, her name was, what was it, Miss Nicole, and this pompous bitch, this stuck up bitch, like she would come in. Because I remember the first time I got into a clash with her is because every Tuesday we got paid, right? So I remember I was going to get my check on my day off or whatever like that. I was going up there to get my check on my day off. So when I get up there or whatever like that, I get in there. So I see everybody, and it's the first time I didn't even know she was the owner. So I'm wondering why all the managers are kissing ass and they're being polite to me. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Everybody's acting different. So Miss Nicole is there sitting down, and it's all these envelopes. So it's payday. So I still don't know who the fuck this lady is. So I walk over, and she said, "Excuse me, can I help you, young man?" I saw I'm coming to pick up my check, and she's like, "Excuse me." I said, "I'm coming to pick up my check. Today is payday, right?" And she's like, "Yeah." So I was like, "Yeah, I'm coming to get my check." So her whole face just turned sour and shit like that. I still don't know who the fuck she is. Don't even know who she is. So so Miss Denise come out, the manager. Her eyes get big. She runs over. I was like, Mr. Blackson, what you doing here? I was like, I'm coming to get my check. So I guess I didn't get the memo. We're not allowed to get our checks until 3 p.m. I'm there at 12 o'clock. I'm like, so there's a certain time we're going to get our checks. Like, so I'm already up here. I'm like, so so what happened was Miss Nicole told me to wait a second. She'll give me my check. I look, it's 12 o'clock. The next thing I know is it's now going on 1:30. This bitch is going to literally have me wait until 3 o'clock. So what happened was, now I'm fuming. Miss Nicole finally gets up and leave wherever she went or whatever. Miss Denise came in, gave me my check. I leave. So I come back the next day to go to work, and Miss Nicole is there again. So I'm looking like, who the now I'm working. I'm in the back. I'm like, yo, I'm like, who's that lady? I seen her yesterday. Like, how do you not know who she is? I'm like, I don't know who she is. Who is she? She's the owner. I said, oh, she's the owner. I said, now why are this bitch is acting like this? Because she comes in, she sees how the place is crowded, she takes pictures, showing how this, all, taking pictures of how crowded her store is and stuff like that. But this bitch has such a fucking snobby attitude, and she looks down on people and how she talks to people and shit like that. And that's the thing that gets me mad about these type of people. You know what I'm saying? These people that got so much money, so much power, they look down on people who's a different class than them and stuff like that, and treat them like they ain't shit. And I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? And she does that, and she's known for that. And the thing is, I'm 16 years old. My parents still take care of me. So a lot of these people are willing to get humiliated and stuff by their manager, by their bosses, is because they don't live with their parents. You know what I'm saying? They need this job. I don't need this job. I can leave tomorrow and my mom and dad can take care of me and I can go find another job. I don't need this job. But everybody else needs this job. So they have to humiliate themselves and allow these people to talk to them any kind of way and walk all over them. You know what I'm saying? Because they have to pay rent, they have to pay bills, they have a family to feed and stuff. So they allow these people to humiliate them and stuff like that. I ain't going for that shit. You ain't gonna talk to me any kind of way. You know what I'm saying? So as I said before, the problem was I would come to work every day 20 minutes early before my shift even start, on time. I do what I'm supposed to do. So they had me as the sanitation person, which I clean out the bathrooms, I mop the floors, wipe the tables off, and I'm fine with that. Now I'm away from everybody else. I run the kit. I run the restaurant. I run this area. This is my area. This is my domain. So I don't have to deal with the managers and stuff like that. This is my domain. Leave me alone. Let me do my job. I'm cleaning, take out the trash. I do all that shit, right? So this is what I started noticing. There's niggas on a job who would come to work late or did do a no call, no show, but still had their job, right? So the thing that pissed me off was, since they couldn't get these people to do their job, they would get me to do their job. I'm like, no. I'm not. Y'all ain't gonna keep using me like this, because they would even have me clock off my lunch break early to do other people's job because I'm a loyal worker and I work hard and shit like that. So they started using me. They started taking advantage of me, having me clock out like from my break. Like, and we get like a 15-minute break. So now I'm not even getting a 15-minute break. My break is only 5 minutes, and now they got me back on the clock or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? So what happened was we get a bunch of new managers. So we have Miss Monet. Miss Monet, she's a new manager or whatever like that. No one listens to her. She has no authority at all or whatever. And the thing that gets me mad was the people who took advantage of her and don't listen to her, she don't say shit to. But she would give me an attitude anytime that I didn't move as fast as she wanted me to move and shit like that, because she knew I was a loyal worker and I would listen and shit like that. So what happened was, on my lunch break, I'm sitting down eating my food. Miss Monet come over to me and said, Mr. Blackson, I'm going to need you to clock in because I need you to empty the trash, this, that, and the third. I said, wait a minute. Tyreek is running the trash and all this other type of stuff. Why don't you get him? He's on the clock. Why am I doing it? And she said, well, that's not important. I need you to do it. I said, I'm not doing it. It's my lunch break. I'm not clocking out. Here it is. We got two people over here who's supposed to be doing the bathrooms and everything. Where are they? Why are they not doing it? Why I gotta come up for my break? I had enough. So what happened was, now me and her is arguing back and forth, and all the customers are watching and stuff like that. And she said, look, like, you're going to clock in whether you want to or not. I said, I'm not clocking in. Just that simple. I'm eating. I just sat down. I'm taking my break. You got Tyreek and all of them. Where are they? They're supposed to be handling that while I'm on break. Why I got to come up my break and do their fucking job? So she gets an attitude. So she's like, you know what? Clock out. You go home. I'm like, fine. I go home. So I go home. So this is around like 2000. This is around like 2003, 2004. Like, 2003. Yeah, around like 2003. So now I got an attitude, right? So we just got this gay dude who became the new manager that took over Miss Denise. Miss Denise got transferred. And Miss Denise, she was the only woman, that old white woman, She was the only nice lady or manager. Like she was like Miss Denise loved me or whatever like that. But all these other managers was a fucking pain in the ass. So the black chick, Miss Monet, she sends me home. She tells me to go home and shit. So I get home. So Elvis, he's the head manager. Elvis calls my phone and tells me that I'm suspended for a week. Now this is during the time the DS just came out. I was saving my checks and everything to get the DS. I put pre-orders down for the DS and everything. And I just made a new friend named what's his name? What's his name? Not Kyrie. What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? His name was it? Oh, Kareem. Me and him, I found a gamer on the job. Me and Kareem became best friends. Me and him would talk about games and everything on the shift. And me and him pre-ordered the 3DS. Not the 3DS, I mean the DS. My fault, the DS. So we already hyped. Can't wait to talk about the DS. I was gonna bring my DS to work. He was gonna bring his DS to work, and we was gonna just play games and stuff. So Elvis calls my phone and says that I'm suspended. And they'll call me and he said when I come back to work with next week, they'll let me know, whether or not that, where I stand on the job. So I'm like, okay. So I had a whole week off. That's fine with me. I got a week off or whatever like that. The DS finally came out, got my DS and everything. Sabrina, the one that got me a job, she was wondering what was going on. I told her what happened and stuff. And they said, yeah, they be drawing and stuff like that. So now a week go by. So the gay dude, Elvis, the manager, he asked me come in, and it was Miss Monet in there, and it was Elvis, and it was the other dude that I couldn't fucking stand. What's that? What was his name? What was his name? Damn, there's so many niggas. Oh, Trey, the dude Trey. It was Trey, Monet, and it was Elvis. So we get in there. Trey is in there, Monet is in there, and Elvis is in there. So Elvis told me that you have to make a decision today. He said, no, this is what he told me. She said, if you apologize to Monet, there's a possibility you can get that you can remain employed here. If you don't, then you're terminated. So I was like, wait a minute, why I gotta apologize to her? She came over here being disrespectful to me, and then she told me that I needed to clock out when she had other people that were supposed to do their job over like that. I said, I come to work every day. I come on time. Don't bother nobody. And that's what Elvis told me. Well, that's your job. You're supposed to come to work. And that's what you're supposed to do. Like, I was like, when they said shit like that, like, I was like, oh, really? So then, I said, but you just got finished telling me that there's a possibility that I will remain employed if I apologize, which means that you can still say that I'm fired, even though even if I apologize. So like, you know what? Fuck y'all. Y'all can keep your fucking job. I don't need it. And I just walked out. Walked right out. I walked right out. And I remember the time another time I got sent on. And the reason why I don't like Trey, because I remember there was an Eagles game, and then I remember a cab was at the drive-thru, and I used to handle the drinks at the drive-thru. So it was like these four, it was these bad Italian chicks in the taxi cab at the drive-thru or whatever like that, right? All the dudes saying, he's like, these bad white bitches is coming up. So all the dudes is looking through the drive-thru, looking through the camera, and see all these bitches in the car. So Trey, the manager, the black boy, he was calling himself trying to flirt with the chicks. They ignored that nigga. So what happened was when they come to my drive-thru, it's all the dudes crowding at the drive-thru window. Why did one of the chicks give me their number? When we asked for the number, she gave me her number. Why did he get mad and sent me home early that night? He sent me home early that night. So that's what like, dude, I hated that fucking job. I hated Wendy's, dog. The worst fucking experience ever. The worst experience. I would never work a fast food restaurant ever again. Yeah, what kind of ultimate apologize was fired? Like, dude, like it was crazy, man. I have a cousin named Trey, but he kept taking money out of the register at my auto repair shop, but I can't do anything about it because he's niggas. Oh my God. Oh yeah, dog. He said I was a tolerance. Damn, you was a tolerant 2003. Damn. She bored you. She thought you was Eddie Murphy doing roles. Yeah, it's fucking childish. Got that Peter Parker charm, man. Like, dude, it. Oh my God, dude. It was painful. They don't pay a damn thing anyways. Well, yeah, man. And like I said, when I'm at a job, man, I'm loyal to my job. I'll work my damnedest to the job because that was instilled in me, man. To work, you know what I'm saying, and be a man of your work and have some type of work ethics and stuff. And what's so sad about these jobs take advantage of people who actually fucking work while they let the people who don't work get away with murder. And the moment the person that's loyal and do work, the moment they slip up or they call out, they punish you like you did something wrong. Yeah, Wendy's was fresh. It was back in the day. They said, yo, I was a toddler in 03. That Wendy's story was pretty petty as fuck. I'm blessed not to have to deal with dickheads like that. Thank God. Yeah. So I thank God that I'm self-employed, man. I never want to work those jobs again. I was a security guard. That was my depression arc in life. Being a security guard, I never want to ever. That's how I knew my life before my life got better. That's why I knew my life was just fucked at that point, man. You know, at the time I was a high school, not high school. I was a college dropout at the time. I'm a new dad. You know, I'm in a toxic ass relationship, and I'm slaving my ass off as a security guard. I work 5 a.m. to 4 p.m. every day. It was 6 days a week at the time. I was working 6 days a week at that time, being a security guard. So I mean, I had to go to bed. I had to go to bed around 9 p.m. to make sure I get up around 3 or 4 o'clock and be out. I had to be out the door. I had to get up at 3 and make sure I'm out the door by 4 to get to the the science center at Penn University campus. And man, and what I hated about that job, man, like you wasn't really allowed to call out. Dude, I remember we had a snow day. We had a snowstorm, and they still expected you to come to work. Still expecting you to come to work. Where you got like 5 to 6 inches of snow. They still expected you to come to work. And what made me realize, dude, I remember I sat there and cried when I got home. Because I came home. I stopped I stopped doing Mugen TV for a little bit. I was going through hell. You know, I will come home from work, stress the fuck out. Soon I come home, my baby mom, she's not doing her duties around the house or whatever. I come home, oh, the baby need formula. The baby might, wait a minute. Like, I gave you money. Why didn't you go out and handle those things? Why you wait till I come home from work to handle those fucking responsibilities when you're home the whole entire time? Dinner not cooked. Nothing is done. So now I'm coming home. Now I'm going arguing back and forth with her or whatever like that. Or sometimes I'll come home. She made herself some dinner. After I'm coming home, I've been going since 5 a.m. and now it's 5 fucking p.m. I'm home and nothing is done. So now I'm irritated. I don't feel fucking appreciated and stuff like that. My baby's screaming and crying because whatever. Because let me tell you about babies. Babies know when there's like I said, like hostility in the environment, or whatever like that. So my daughter can pick up that there's hostility between me and her mother and stuff like that. So my baby's constantly crying and crying, won't stop crying. So now that I'm coming home stressed from work, my baby is crying nonstop, whatever like that. My baby mom not doing her fucking responsibility since she wants to stay home and stuff like that while I fucking work. It was all kinds of madness going on. So I'm like, yo, and I'm a college dropout, and I'm getting paid crumbs. I get paid every 2 weeks. After taxes hit me, I'm only bringing home $600 every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, I'm bringing $600 every 2 weeks. And by the time I pay all the bills, I really have nothing to save. I have nothing. Wow, I still have to take care of my family, but I never complained. I never complained taking care of my family because as a man, that's what I'm supposed to do. Never complained about it. Never complained. So I would get up, go get the formula, go to the store, pick up groceries, do all everything. Yo, dude, it was stressful. You sound like your baby mom's father. Why wasn't it done until I get home? Exactly. So still got to come to work during the snow. Yeah. He said, absolutely not. My cousin worked at the hospital and he got stuck on the bus for 9 hours because of a snowstorm. Yeah. So now I'm stressing the fuck out. My daughter is crying. Now I'm holding her, trying to get her to stop crying because she feels, like I said, babies feel the hostility. They feel the hostility. So now, as things calm down between me and her mom and stuff, my daughter calms down. So I'm dead tired. I'm holding my baby in my hand, eyes bloodshot red. You know what I'm saying? Tired as fuck. Like, even when I'm at work, I would tell my baby mom, I said, yo, hey babe, can you iron my uniform? Can you at least iron my pants, iron my shirt, and stuff like that? Come home, this shit is not even fucking iron. She's on Facebook all day. All day. On fucking Facebook. All day on Facebook. So now we arguing back and forth. Or whatever. She finally irons my uniform and stuff like that. Then I remember, let me see, what day was that? I'm trying to remember what day. I'm trying to get the days right. What day was that? Yeah. And then the only time, like, it's crazy, the only time me and her got along is when payday came. Like, soon I come home, it's payday. My daughter dressed up, she's all dressed up because she knows she's about to go out. I gotta, like I said, I gotta take my daughter to get clothes. I gotta get her some clothes, get her essentials, and then, like I said, I gotta get her things. I get things for my woman and get things for myself and stuff like that. Dude, exactly. All right, dude, it was that crazy. That old women do be look like if they would. Yo, what's up? Just like animals, you can slap knocks in the front dog and he'll feel the hostility. Everything is set to break men down. Did your baby mom work at all? Yeah. And this is what happened. This is how everything after a while, she was just a chick just staying in my house. Because her mom didn't want her. Her mom didn't want her staying there because her mom just got a new man. This dude named Muhammad. This Muslim dude. Who got his green card and everything. Because if you don't know, my baby mom, she's Macedonian. She's Muslim. Or whatever like that. Yeah, she's white, but she's a Muslim. So yeah. So Muhammad, the moment Muhammad came down and the moment Muhammad moved in, she kicked out my daughter because my daughter was living up there with her mom in Roxborough. Moment Muhammad came, she kicked out my daughter and my baby mom. And my parents said, yo, y'all living with us. Because my parents wanted my granddaughter. They wanted her to stay with us. So my baby mom ended up living with me and my parents and stuff like that. And my daughter and stuff like that. So yeah. So I just remember how stressful those times was, man. It was just so fucking stressful and everything. But yeah, man, I remember those days, man, where, as I said before, I come home, shit ain't done, shit ain't cooked. The most Mexican thing or Christian. Well, yeah, no, it's split. It's split between Christian and Muslims and shit like that. It's just her grandmother, my baby mom's grandmother is Christian, but her grandfather was Muslim. So it's split down the middle. It jumped into this. Yeah, it said women, what is your now check this out. Now when my baby mom got a job, right? When my baby mom got a job and everything. So now, because remember, I was paying her cell phone bill, I was paying all the bills at the time when she wasn't working. So now she started working. Now she just got her job and everything. And now I thought me and her was working things out because things started working out fine and stuff like that. And me and her started getting along. So then I remember she gets her first paycheck. Now, remind you, when I first got paid on my first paycheck, I got paid a lot. I did overtime. I got paid pretty good. And the crazy thing was I got paid on her birthday. Her birthday was October 2nd. I got paid on her fucking birthday. So I ended up taking her, and it was her 21st birthday. So she just turned 21. So I took her out to dinner. She was able to get alcohol and stuff like that. She got a little, we got her, some wine and all different type of stuff. So I did those things for her. Took some pictures together and everything like that. She gives me she gives me a hug, gives me a kiss, go home, give me some ads and stuff like that for taking her out and all different type of stuff. And now, remind you, that was on my payday, my first payday. Now it's her payday. She gets paid exactly on my birthday. And White Knight Chronicles just came out for the PlayStation 3. White Knight Chronicles just came out. So she comes to my job because she was already in the area because she just can't, her job wasn't too far from her. I was working security, like I said. So me and her was going to go home together. She comes over and me and her get to talking. And it was my birthday. And I told her, I was like, yo, babe, like, this game just came out. And all I want is a game. I don't want nothing else. I don't even care for a fancy deck. I don't care for none of that. I'm a simple dude. All I want is a game. And the game was White Knight Chronicles on PlayStation 3. It just came out. So I told her, I said, listen, I want White Knight Chronicles on PlayStation 3. Why did she break her whole facial expression broke up? She had like her whole facial expression broke up when I asked her to spend fucking money on me. And it's always that saying when it comes to women. Your money is my money. And no, your money is my money. No. My money is what was it? Your money is our money, and my money is my money. It's all she proved that as a perfect example. Because when I asked her that, she had like an attitude that I asked her to spend some money on me for my fucking birthday. I don't ask her. I don't ask for much. Yeah, I don't ask for much. All I asked was, could you get me White Knight Chronicles for the PlayStation 3? That's all I asked for. I don't ask for nothing else. So she broke her face up. Almost, she had like an attitude, or she tried to hide it, but she can't hide nothing. She shows it all over her face. And I think and my daughter gets that. Like, she got that from her mom from a teen. Like, she can't hide anything. Her face shows everything when she's upset about something, or my daughter can't hide it. She gets it from my mom. She looks like her mom when she does it, which I laugh every time. But I see it over her face that she don't want to spend no money on me, right? So this is what she did. This is what she did to me. This is what she fucking did to me. She's like, okay, like I'll because this is what she said to me. She said, well, I just got this job. I just got paid. I said, well, I just got paid too at the security job on with my first check. And what did I do on my first check? I took you out on your fucking birthday. So what's the problem? So she gets quiet or whatever like that. And then she said, this is what she says to me. She said, okay, how about this? How about you pay to get my nails done and I'll buy you the game? I said, dude, it's not my fucking birthday. I'm spending money on my fucking birthday. I said, you know what? Keep your fucking money. I don't want your fucking money. Keep it. I don't want it. Or whatever. So I said, and on top of that, pay your own cell phone if that's the case. Oh, okay, I'll pay my own cell phone. So yeah, you not only does she working a job, I was paying her cell phone bill and everything. And I was like, you know what? You don't want to do that? Pay your own. I'm not paying your cell phone bill no more. You got a job now. You pay your own fucking bills. So she got an attitude. She ain't got an attitude with me. That's the reason why I don't even bother. It's like the petty. Don't ask for nothing. I said, you know what? Keep your fucking money. I don't want shit from you. Don't ask me for fucking anything. You know, now you got a job. Now you want to act like that and shit like that. And I've been busting my ass. I've been working from 5 fucking a.m. to 5 fucking p.m. No rest, 6 days a week, and don't fucking complain. When it's snowstorms outside, I wake up every fucking morning and I have to shove up that pavement, shove up the sidewalk and everything to make sure that you and my child is able to get outside safely without slipping and busting your ass. I did all this stuff and not once complained. And I never once threw it in your fucking face. Now you get a fucking job or whatever like that. They have some type of fucking responsibility, and you don't want to show, you don't want to spend anything on me. Fine, keep your fucking money. I don't need shit from you. Don't ask me for shit. So she gets an attitude with me, and then she says to me, why am I acting like that? Why am I acting like that, bro? It was fucking crazy. Say, yeah, you go the extra mile for her with your first check on your birthday, and she can't do anything for you the same from there. It was just crazy. I said, I'm over relationship single. Damn, yup. So what's crazy is that the average man's life is like this. Now I understand why my parents saying being average as a man is a terrible way to live. So I'm so glad both my baby moms are not like this. They always buy things even though I don't ask. Yeah, like here it is. Like you go all out your dude. It was mind boggling. It was mind boggling or whatever. And it was so frustrating because now I'm getting frustrated. I don't feel appreciated at all. So now I feel like I'm a slave. I'm just working just to take care of my family, and that's it. Like I have a beautiful child, and then I got a woman that's just living there or whatever like that. And I'm working every day, slaving. I'm working every day, busting my ass. And what made me one day I left the house and just started crying was because I remember when I had to come to work, and like I said, I was a security guard. I came to work. We had like an important meeting. I had to go to my job on my fucking day off to go to this fucking meeting. And it was about getting a raise. And at the time, I was only getting paid $5.15 an hour or $5.25 an hour at the time. And this is back in 2000. This is like back in 2009 or whatever like that. Like it was like $5.15, it was like five. I was getting paid like $5.15, $5.25 or something like that. So yeah, so I remember, man, I get there and we get into the meeting, and mostly everybody, I look at everybody, these are grown ass adults. I mean, like they're in their 40s, their 50s. These are grown ass adults. And at the time, I'm in my early 20s. I'm like 21, 22. And I see nothing but grown folks that's older than me. They're old enough to be my grandparents. They're all there. And our boss come up and said, we just want to tell you guys the good news. Everybody's getting a raise. So I'm looking, I was like, oh, cool, we're getting a raise. It was only a 15-cent raise. It was a 15 fucking cent raise. I'm like, what? Only 15 cents? And I see everybody else happy as fuck. Like it was a life-changing thing. And I sat there and I said, yo, is this what my life is going to amount to be? A college dropout, a father, in a toxic ass relationship, working a dead end fucking job. And mind you, I stopped doing Mugen TV for a long time. I wasn't even uploading on YouTube or whatever like that. I said, yo, I had so much potential. This is where I amount to now. This is my fucking life. And I remember I left the job, I left the meeting, and I was just crying on the way home. I didn't even catch the bus. I walked home. It was like a 45-minute walk because it was down like in Center City. So it was like a 45-minute walk. And I needed the walk, man. I needed that walk, man. I remember I was just crying, man. Just like tears just come out my eyes. And I was like, yo, I'm a fucking failure. I'm a fucking disappointment. Why? Like I chose to do, like, why did I do this to my life? You know what I'm saying? Like, why did I do this? You know what I'm saying? Now I'm stuck with a woman who just can't get her shit together or whatever like that. Refuse to get her shit together. We constantly fighting back and forth. You know what I'm saying? On time and time again, like shit is never good enough. I'm always out there. I'm always busting my ass. And it seems like shit is just never good enough. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, it was the worst experience. I remember I cried all the way on the way back home. I cried my ass off because I said, yo, I ruined my life. I ruined it. And I came home or whatever, and I just sat to myself, just depressed. I was just fucking depressed, man. I didn't want to do nothing with my life. I said, this is my life. This is all I want to do for the rest of my life. Be a fucking security guard. Any hopes of starting a video game company, any hopes of being a big YouTuber, all that shit is gone. I'm gonna be just slaving for the rest of my life. And because I know if me and her break up, she's gonna most likely hit me up with child support. So then I'm definitely gonna be a slave to her. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking all kinds of shit in my head. So I'm like, I did this to myself. I can't blame nobody but myself. I decided to make this decision, and it was a bad life choice. And my father was disappointed. My even though my parents, you know, like they loved me and they did everything to get along with my baby mom and stuff like that. My dad was like really disappointed in me, and that's what hurt the most. Like when you have a father and stuff, man. When your father's disappointing you, when your father give you that disappointment look, man, like your whole world crashed down when your father's disappointed in you. And my dad was just disappointed in me because my dad had so much high hopes of me and stuff. And my dad looked like, where did he go wrong? Because my dad gave me all the right tools and everything, and he set me up for success. And how the hell did I end up this way? And that was because I made a woman my priority. And this is my story to tell you guys. Don't ever make women your priority in your life and shit like that. She was my goddess. I made her my priority. I put her before everything else. I even put her before myself and stuff like that. And God made sure like God said there should be no other God before him. God said that. God is a jealous God. He said never have any other God before him. And my baby mom was my goddess. She was my fucking goddess. And I paid for that shit. I really, really did pay for that shit. And yeah, man. And when we finally did break up, which I will go through that story later for those who are new here. But yeah, when we finally did break up, man, I got custody of my daughter, and it wasn't even hard. She just gave her to me. She was like, here. And she went about her business and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it ended up working out, you know, me having my daughter and my parents, they were happy that like, yo, I got my grandbaby, like she's ours and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So and then the fucked up part about it, then years later, she ends up being with this is getting a college diploma worth it? It depends on what your college diploma is, man. You got to get shit that's going to actually add to society. Wow, what's your bottom story? You had a similar one. Yeah, they go through something about Mugen Lord. Do you think college is a good idea in the current day? No, college is not really good. And if you're going to college, you better go for something that actually contributes to society. Like if you're going to be a doctor or a lawyer or anything that actually, or you're going into tech, you know, like programming and stuff. Those are things that's actually contributing to society. You need a bunch of those type of people and stuff. If you're going for like liberal arts or you're going for like social science and all that other bullshit or psychology, or if you're going for art and shit like that, then you wasted your money because you don't have to go to college to do any of that shit. You don't. And if you are going to college for like art and all that and graphic design and shit like that, those are the type of degrees that you have to make work for yourself. You have to work. You have to work those degrees. You have to work those degrees because trying to get a job in those fields is almost damn near impossible when it's in art and all. That's why you have a lot of struggling artists and a lot of struggling like people in those type of fields because those jobs don't pay well and those jobs are very scarce. And then it's a lot of gatekeeping in those type of fields as well. So if you are going to get like a arts degree, like graphic design or any other type of thing that's not like essential to society, then you have to make your own business or create your own practice or something like that in order for it to work for you. If anything, go to a trade school, learn plumbing, learn engineering, mechanics, be a mechanic. Be an electrician. Those things pay really, really good because those are essential to society. So if anything, go to a trade school, don't go to a college because then you come out in debt and then you don't have a job. Now you in debt, you don't have a job, and they expect you to pay that fucking loan back, all those school loans back, and you're not even promised a job. So unless you're going to get a degree in something that actually going to get you a job and contribute to society, then I suggest don't go to college. You might as well make your own way. The internet, like I said, we live in the internet era where you don't have to go to college. You don't have to. You don't have to at all. So you got to get a degree that actually matters. You know, don't put yourself in debt. Like with a degree, it ain't gonna get you any fucking where. You know what I'm saying? Question. Here's the answer. Open. Get a diploma in STEM only. Yeah, exactly. It's useless for those who don't want the STEM. This is one of the reasons I gave up on relationships. I could. Yeah, dog. Yo, what's up? Lord Blaze? If there's a guarantee, yo, what's up? Jobs are impossible to find these days. You only need college if you're going to pursue STEM. Yeah, I did just that in IT class, but I might drop out because I heard from the reviews it might be a scam. Plus, I could find cheaper ways to. Yeah, he said precisely stuff like graphic design. You can learn all that for free. Yeah, so don't even waste your time. Don't even waste your fucking time. Even with game design. Don't even go to college for game design now. You can do this shit. You can be a game designer without going to school. Don't waste your fucking time on those things. You can do that shit without going to college. You can do all that shit without going to college. If it's not in STEM, don't waste your fucking money. You just putting yourself in debt. Go to trade school. Just go to trade school. Become a plumber, become an electrician, become a carpenter, get into masonry work, do stuff like that. That will get you paid. That's a trade. That's a skill. If I was smart, I would have left college and going into construction site or transferred into something once I aged out for government work due to multiple shutdowns and precisely stuff like graphic design you can learn on for free. He said, what about being a voice actor? I was thinking about being a VA, but it could be a bad time. You can be a voice actor. You don't need to go to school for it. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about art. Art, you don't have to go to school for art because it's damn near impossible to get a job in anything that's related to your art. It's damn near impossible because the gatekeeping, who you know, and as I said before, it doesn't really contribute to society. It doesn't keep society moving. So you're better off not going to college for any of that type of stuff. If you want to be a voice actor, that is the best type of job where you don't have to go to school. You have to make it work. What do I mean by that? If you're trying to be a voice actor, then what you need to be doing is doing your own dubs. Do your own dubs over animes and games. Take some gameplay footage, take some animes, and then dub your own voice to create your own reels, create your own YouTube series, dubbing your voice. That's how people get to know your voice and get to know what your and get to know your brand. And then before you know it, you're gonna be getting opportunities. Game companies gonna start hitting you up and say, "Hey, man, like we want you to voice a game." Independent studios gonna be hitting you up and say, "Hey, we like to pay you to do voice work for a game or a movie or a documentary and stuff like that." Those are the type of skills, especially in art, is the type of skills that you have to hustle. You have to actually hustle and sell yourself. What I mean by selling yourself, you have to market yourself because you are the product. Your art skills is the product. You are the product itself. So you have to market yourself. You have to sell yourself. You don't need to go to school for any of that shit. You don't. You're wasting your fucking money. And design professor had to be a freelancer in New Jersey when I was learning in her class. She had a rough time being a graphic designer growing up. Yeah, you have to make that shit work for yourself. If you're going to be a graphic designer, then don't if you're expecting to be a graphic designer for a company, then you might as well just count your ducks because that is damn near impossible. Damn near impossible because it's very competitive because everybody's trying to be the next artist to try to get into this studio or to get into this field and stuff like that. You might as well forget about it. It's about who you know in order to get into these certain type of positions because those positions are very gate kept. They're gate kept. So if you are a graphic designer, start your own business. But starting your own business is not easy. You have to put your blood, sweat, and tears into this shit. It doesn't happen overnight. If you're expecting to become a success overnight, you're going to be fucking disappointed. It doesn't happen that way. It does not happen that way. You have to grind. You have to work hard. So which means you're going to have to work a 9 to 5 while you're running your business on the side until your business makes enough money to the point you don't have to work a 9 to 5. Or you're making enough money to the point where, okay, I will just do DoorDash or Uber Eats. I'll just deliver on the side to have pocket money to pay for this, that, and the third while my business is handling this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? That's how my brothers strike. No, not strike. I mean, Keo. Keo has striking Keo Tees. He's also a photographer. And he had to work for himself. He makes his own money. And whenever he wants to make extra money or to pay for certain things that he don't want to go into his bank account, he just do DoorDash. He just get in his car and do DoorDash. That's all. And to get the extra money, pay this phone bill off or pay that off, and then go about his business with striking QOTs and now companies found, and because he done a lot of work. My brother been published in magazines with models and stuff. He been published in magazines and all these other type of things because he put in the work. So now he got restaurants. He has this Mexican restaurant that hires him, and he takes pictures of their food for the menu for their food truck, and his pictures be on the truck, and they pay him good. And now he's picking up different type of contracts. Now he got this new contract from Jersey. They seen his work and said, whoa, no, we got to bring you in. So now he goes down to Jersey and they pay him to do school pictures for the schools in the Jersey area. And he gets paid every week and some good money. And then on top of that, he gets commissions off of the pictures that customers buy that he took. He gets commissions on top of his payment. But he put that work in to get there. So you're not going to get it overnight. Only the 1% will get that lucky. The 1% get that lucky where they just do it for the first time and then bam, they're a success. And everybody think that if they became a success overnight, they think they deserve to be a success overnight. It doesn't work that way. You have any space? Oh, hold up, LG. Because I got other stuff I got to talk about. I said no VA work is easy to get into as long as you are willing to. Didn't Keel Lantern DX went to college for their preferred? Yup, they went to college. Wasted their degrees. They wasted degrees. Wasted degrees. Strike went for graphic design, and Keel went from photography. And you see all that success he did. They went like it goes to show that my brother didn't even have to go to college. He didn't even have to. He could have did that without college. It's nothing but muscle, really. The more you do it, the improvement, the better you'll get. A portfolio and a body of work is what matters in art and even voice acting. Almost all Japanese voices are good singers. Build a portfolio. All the musical theaters. The only time you should go to college is if you're trying to be a doctor, engineer, and lawyer. Yup. Serious. Have celebrity status for a very good reason. They're very talented. So do they know your business? On Reddit, Mugen Lord. No, I got a Reddit. I made a Reddit. I just never used it. I gotta try it or whatever. Yeah, man. Like I'm dead serious, man. So if you're planning on going to college, it better be in the STEM field. If it's not in STEM, don't waste your time. Do not waste your time. If it's not in STEM, you're wasting your fucking time. You're putting yourself in debt for no reason. You know? Yeah, man, I worked so hard. I worked so hard, man, and I was going through it so much with my baby mom at that time, and then what was so crazy, and like I said, I ended up getting the last laugh. But what was so crazy was when she finally moved on. And she ended up dating this Mexican dude. She's like 6 years older than him. And she ended up going with him. She's married to him now, miserably married. To remind you too. I remember when she first went down there, and all the things she wouldn't do for me, she was doing for him. And he was cheating on her. That was the crazy thing. She was buying him Xboxes. She was buying him flat screen televisions. All those things she was doing that she wouldn't do for me, she was doing for him. What's up? What's up, Rob? But it backfired. Because she really because fast forward to the day. I remember she hit me up. It was a couple months ago. I remember she hit me up and she see all the stuff that I'm doing. She see the Mugen TV stuff. She see the Venus and Ryan comic stuff. I remember she said over the phone and when she was like congratulating me on all the stuff that she's doing. I remember she said to me on the phone, she said, yo, you about to make me divorce my husband. I'm looking like, for what? You ain't coming to fuck back over here. That's what I was saying to my son. Like, what the fuck? That's what, like, you could divorce, you gonna be disappointed. Yeah, like, that's the crazy part. Like, she gotta taste her own medicine. Yeah. Yep. She got another child. My daughter has a half sister. She has a half sister and everything. And yeah, like my daughter just started connecting with her mom. And like I said, I refuse to be a bitter baby daddy. I was never petty. And I always told my baby mom, like, yo, my phone, like, there's no excuse. Like, you know where your daughter is. Like, you will always, you know my number. Because when she does call at times, she's like, oh, I wasn't sure you had the same number or not. I'm like, come on, don't play. My number is the same. You know where I'm at. You know the number is the same. You know, you got all my contacts. And I'm not going to force you, you know what I'm saying, to be here. I'm not hounding you down. I'm not going to chase you down. The most important thing is my daughter's with me. And what feels so good when every once in a while when my baby mom tried to argue with me, I always shut her down with this. I like, yo, I don't gotta deal with this. And I laugh. I like, I can just hang up this phone right now. I don't gotta deal with this because my daughter lives with me. I don't need nothing from you. And she snaps right back to reality. No, I'm so sorry. I was being a bitch. This, that, and the third. I didn't mean that. And all this other type of stuff like that. So, like I said, one time we did get into an argument or whatever over the phone. I just hung up on her because I don't have to deal with it. And then she called, and then she would send me all these text messages, and then we finally called back and talked. She apologized and stuff like that. But now that my daughter's older, and I'm glad, I never talked bad about my baby, about her mother to her, because I wanted her to find out for herself what her mother is like and everything. I refuse. I was like I always get on bitter baby moms, and I refuse to turn around and be a hypocrite and be a bitter baby dad. So I was never that type of dude. I learned that, yo, just move the fuck on. And that's what I did. I moved the fuck on. You know what I'm saying? She got married, which she really didn't want to get married. He forced it because after she ended up living up there, she went up there and told that family that I was beating on her, that I verbally abused her. And that hurt my feelings because I found out from her then boyfriend's aunts. Because their aunts found me. And she lied to that family and said that my daughter was from another relationship that I was in, or whatever like that. That's what she said. So she pretty much like disowned her own daughter, or whatever like that. She said that shit, and that also hurted me. And then on top of that, her aunts and them, his aunts hit me up and said they don't trust her because they said it's something off about her. So once they found out about me through Facebook and stuff, started talking to me, and then they found out that she did have a child and said, why the fuck is she up here with my nephew and she had a whole baby over here and stuff like that. So now the aunts, they want to fuck her up. They want to fuck her up and shit like that. And let me see. He said, I need a chart to keep up with all this. Yeah, said glad you two didn't stick together. Wouldn't have Venus Orion Comics. Yeah. So she told that family that I would beat on her, that I verbally abused her, that I refused. I would not let her. She wasn't allowed to leave the house. She told them that I wasn't allowed. That I never allowed her to leave the house, and that she wasn't allowed to work a job. She told them that. And guess what ended up happening? That dude that she was with ended up doing those exact things that she claimed that I was doing. He made her quit her job. She wasn't allowed to leave the house. And this is a Mexican dude she was messing with in Florida. And he was abusing her. And he was abusing her. And she started sending me all these pictures. She had all these bruised black eyes, her face swollen and stuff like that. I was like, I don't know why you sending me that shit. Like, what the fuck you send me that for? And stuff. Yeah. I ain't no grease there moving. Yeah, I dodged a bullet. Yeah. Said, fuck a relationship, bro. I'm not dealing with this shit. If you never believe in karma, yeah, now. So this is the thing. I didn't hear from her in years. And then one day, and this is the thing, my baby mom was my first. The first relationship I ever met, she was my first. So it seemed it's like, even still to this day, even though we're not together, I still have like a connection with her. And what I mean by that is, it's like I can feel when when she's either in trouble, I can feel when something is not right, or I can feel when she's going to call me. And I remember I said, yo, she's going to call me tomorrow. And for some strange reason, I don't know why I felt that she was going to call me. And this is like years ago. She calls me, and I just knew this, it was her. She calls me, and I ain't hear her voice in years. And then that's when she told me that she's not happy, that she made a mistake. Or, you know, like all those pictures that I was posting up, you know, being at Disney World. She was at Disney World. She was on cruises. He was taking her everywhere and everything. And she said, she said all those pictures and stuff, you know, I was not happy in those pictures and this, that, and the third. And I made a mistake and all that type of stuff. And I missed my daughter and all that type of stuff. So I'm saying to her, I said, look, I said, listen, you don't give a shit. Because I said, if everything was going well for you, I wouldn't even hear shit from you. Now I'm hearing shit from you after all these years because shit ain't going well for you. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only time I'm hearing from you. You get, so I was like, so this doesn't mean anything, you know? So yeah, so even up to this day, you know, like my daughter started talking to her, and the sad part about it is the fact is that her mom was trying to push her little sister on her to get to know her sister, but my daughter don't want to know her sister because my daughter feels some type of way because my daughter was saying like yeah, like I don't want to know my little sister right now. I don't want to get to know her. He's like, I feel some type of way. You know, she keeps my little sister, but she abandons me. You know, and you know that's sad. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really that's real sad. So once she realized that, you know, that our daughter is not receptive to that, she stopped trying to push, you know, her little sister onto her to get to know her and stuff like that. You can fully let go the mother's child, some part of her stays with you. Yeah. So yeah. So then I remember and then I remember I was here doing videos and I heard my daughter just like raising her voice and she was like arguing with her mom. I remember that. And I remember my daughter came in and she's like, Dad, how did you do it? I said, how did I do what? Like, oh my God, the gaslighting. Like, how did you put up with all this gaslighting? Like my mom is the ultimate gaslighter. And like she finally starting to see her mom for who she is. But they're working things out now. They're working things out. And I like I said to my baby mom, I was like, look, it's not about us. Like I'm past this now. Like I look forward. You're the past. There's nothing that's ever going to happen between me and you. I told her that. I told her there's nothing ever going to happen between me and you. You know what I'm saying? Like I moved on and stuff. So all I care about is you connecting with your daughter. That's all I fucking care about. And at first, she tried to put those lies on my daughter at first because she would get on the phone with me saying you're good, like because she got on the phone, started crying, saying like you're a good damn father. Said like I love what you have done with our daughter. She became she grew up to be a nice young lady. She's beautiful. She looks just like us. And all of a sudden she's crying over the phone and everything. And then, but she gets on she talks to my daughter on the phone, and she tries to tell my daughter that I was abusing her, and my daughter did not fall for that. My daughter said, "Okay, if my father was abusive to you, then why are you going to leave me here with an abuser? Then why did you leave me here? If you know that my father is abusive, why did you leave me with an abuser? If that is the truth." And she tried to change the subject on my daughter. You know what I'm saying? So she tried to do that and it didn't work. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I keep saying it. You can't have children with anybody like that. Yeah, it's good that your daughter is able to work things out with her. Sounds like she's smart enough to detect nonsense. Yeah, so now she can't throw nonsense at my daughter because my daughter just smacks it. She just like how Goku just like sitting there and he's just blocking Trunks' sword with the finger and stuff like that. So now things are fine. Come in. You also make sure to put my charger back in the thing. And also, can you put this in the trash? Yes, but maybe mine's bona fide bipolar. Yeah. Bipolar. Yeah. I seriously think she's bipolar at times. I really do think that. 10 seconds later. Yeah. That's my daughter made a guest appearance. Yeah, that's my daughter. Yeah. She said my name. Here I go. Yeah, man. But yeah, it would hurt me because I'm like, she would say all these things about me and praise me, and then go behind and then say all of these nefarious things. But you gotta understand why women do that. When you got when you got an ex-wife or ex-girlfriend and she starts saying all this shit that's not true about you, that's her having regret. And that's her kicking herself in the ass that she made a big fucking mistake. And what's going on now is when she sees her daughter's a reminder that she fucked up. Her daughter's a reminder that she fucked up. So that's her way of just how I say it, blaming herself. So when she says all those bad things, I don't take it personal no more. That's just her taking it out on herself. She's saying all these things because she's angry, she's frustrated, and stuff like that. My first girlfriend passed because of cancer. God damn, sorry to hear that. I can't imagine how your daughter would be. I don't want to. I do. I thank God every day because if my daughter was with my baby mom, my daughter would have been so messed up. She probably would have been molested. Probably would have been raped and abused. I'm glad my daughter lives with me. I don't know what my daughter probably would have committed suicide. That's why I'm glad my daughter. That's why I'm glad my daughter with me. And the reason why I even say it even more, because sometimes when I used to be on the phone with my baby mom, like you got to see the way she talks to her other daughter. Like she would say, "I'm sick of you. You get on my nerves. Like you ruin." Like, she would literally yell at her other daughter. Talk about how her life is ruined and all kinds of stuff. She would literally say shit like that to her other daughter. And the worst part about it was when we was on the video, when she video called me or whatever they call that thing. And she literally said to my daughter, while her other daughter is on there where I can see her, while she's sitting there, kept calling for her sister. She wants to see her big sister. She's crying, calling for her big sister. And then my baby mom was literally saying to my daughter, "I love you so much. You always been my favorite daughter." And she's saying this while her other daughter's there. Like, how can you say that? Like, how can you say that while your other child is there? Like, it's crazy. Thanks, man. Like, thanks. Like, kind of be sorry about your yeah. So yeah, man. So it ended up working out, man. It ended up working out. My daughter lives with me. She be 16. I watched her grow up throughout her whole life. Been to all her school trips. That's why I was good. That's why I'm so glad I'm self-employed because I was able to go to a lot of her school trips. She was a cheerleader. I was able to go to a lot of her home games. Sometimes I went to her away games, but I went to a lot of her home games when she was a cheerleader. I went to a lot of her track meets and stuff. Been to her graduations. I've been through every part of her life while her mom wasn't. And that is a God blessing gift. I went through all her moments in her life, even her getting her first summer job. Mm-hmm. With man skeletons in the closet. Yup. So, oh well, still it must suck. Nice. Yeah, man. So you said that's evil taking your frustration out on your other door. Yeah. So what do I know? Maybe she was the one for you. Like, yeah, man. Do I still have love for her? I mean, she's my first. So she's my first. It still would be some love there, but not in where I want to go back. Hell no. She's still the mother of my child and stuff like that. But hell no. Hell fucking no. But yeah, man. Those were some moments, man. Those some moments. And I look back at that and stuff, and I thank God every day. I think fucking God every day of my life that He blessed me. I have my daughter, I have my health, I have my YouTube channel, I have my Venus and Ryan comics, I have you guys and everything. Crimson pill, but weaponize children to hate their fathers. I hate the sound crimson pill, but women weaponize. Yeah, it's not even sound of crimson pill. It's a reality. So I guess I came in too late for the gaming talk. No. It just splattered over to the gaming talk. Like we're just chilling. You can just talk, and I'll just answer stuff. It just spilled over to that. But yes, Venus and Ryan comics. I forgot to yeah, Venus and Ryan comics. I forgot to mention. You can check out my my newsletter. I'm gonna keep reminding you guys. The newsletter is very, very important. It's because you always get behind the scenes news, updates, and everything. And also, you cannot participate in any of my contests where you win prizes like merchandise, comics, and stuff like that unless you're a subscriber. And subscribing is free. I cannot stress that enough. You cannot participate unless you're a subscriber. It costs you nothing. It's free. Join the newsletter. I posted the link right there. Give it a go, man. But yes, VK is the digital comic is out. I repeat, the digital comic is now out. The digital comic is now out. As I said before, the physical comic was supposed to come this week. Covers B, C, and D was supposed to come pretty much today. But as I told you before on the last couple of streams, I told you my dumb ass, when I sent in the orders, Mixum, the printing company, sends you a second confirmation to make sure, because I ordered a big amount. They don't want to fuck up the order because it's a lot of money. I paid over $1,400 for a couple hundred books. So they want to make sure that everything is right before they print off. So they sent me a second confirmation in my email. Didn't even know that's a procedure. Didn't check my email for 2 days. Checked it 2 days later and found out that they were waiting for me to reconfirm. So it delayed. It pushed it from this week to next week for the books to get here. So yes, I reconfirmed. Everything is settled. And like I said before, the books, the covers B, C, and D was supposed to come today, and then Monday, then Tuesday, covers A was supposed to get here, but now everything been pushed over to the next week. And I said that I was going to drop the digital comics today when the covers get here today. And since that never happened and there was a delay, I'm still a man of my word. If I said I was going to drop those digital comics today, I was going to drop those digital comics today. And instead, I ended up dropping them off a day early. I dropped them off yesterday. But if you still haven't gotten your digital comics, there was a mix-up, and you backed it, let me know. But yes, the digital comics are out. I'm still waiting for more of you guys, because I know a lot of you guys just realized that the book's in your email. Your digital is in the email. I'm still waiting for more of you guys to read it. I don't want to go to too much details because I'm probably going to do it more so for Monday, because I got the weekend to actually look over it and maybe we can do some real deep dives into it. No. First chapter, no. The chapter means issues. No, there's 10 chapters in one arc. So yes, this is just chapter 1. There's 10 chapters in one arc. So every arc there's 10 chapters. This was just the first chapter. Yeah. All right, well, where was I? BK was dope. I think it looks 5 years. He said, I think it'll look 5 years as it does the same. Can we talk spoilers? VK is out. 1 second. VK feels fast. Yeah, so what do you mean by that, Ruin? He said VK feels fast. Said, boy, do I have things to say about chapter 1 on Monday. He said, when I have time, I'll make sure. Yeah. Isn't chapter 1 10? Yeah, so we won't get into heavy talk. You guys can react and tell me what you think, but we're not going to spoil anything. We'll talk about it Monday because then everybody had over the weekend to actually read it. is a little short, but I like it. I appreciate that. We're starting small and not blowing our load crazy. Yeah. It was VK chapter 1 was short. That because one, that was all my pockets could afford at that time. So I wanted to go with that. And also I knew that if I spend all this money, what if it doesn't go anywhere? What if it doesn't blow up or whatever like that? So my goal was to try to make it as concise as possible within those 28 pages or whatever like that with the first chapter, and I left it with a nice cliffhanger. So that it's pretty much me testing the waters. That's what it was. Chapter 1 was me testing the waters. It gave you an introduction of Hezekiah Draven and a bit of his motivations and everything. But yeah, that's what some people saying, like, damn man, it right when it started picking up, it just ends right there. And that goes to show that you guys were hooked on to what I put out there. You were so intrigued by it. You when you looked up, it was the first chapter was done. So yes, the second chapter is going to be longer. Second chapter is going to be 62 pages. Second chapter is going to be longer. It's going to be longer. He said, bro, I just saw someone art of Deku smoking Invincible. I think the habit of Mark getting his ass whooped is giving him a reputation of a pussy. Mark getting his ass like fucking obliterated, dog. So are you gonna have a VK comic based on the story you just told us? Yeah. A lot of my if it's not VK, it's gonna probably be other stories. Like I'm like a lot of my stories, I'm gonna take aspects of my life or experiences and then turn them into comics or arcs or twist and put them into the plot and make it comic like and stuff like that in ways. So yeah, like you be able to probably pick up on some things in some of my comics, especially VK and stuff like that, where some aspects of my life or personal experiences I put in there or whatever like that. He said VK is already better than Ice. Oh my god. Code was like, yo, like he hits me up. I'm not spoiling anything, but he said, bro, he said, why? He said, why did you do that? Oh man, yeah. But yeah, man. And then Landon was the same thing. Landon was the same way. Like, boy, oh boy, that chapter. Yeah, man. I told you that it was gonna be what the fuck or whatever, unexpected and everything. But yeah, VK so far started intriguing. I gotta check this out soon. Yeah, you should. You should check your email. I know you. I sent it out to you. You got your comic too, so your digital comic. So go definitely check it out. But yeah, I got some people from Facebook who enjoyed it, who posted up their picture of the digital comic and stuff, who enjoyed it and intrigued and want to know what's going to happen in chapter 2, especially after what they saw what happened at the end of chapter 1. And that was the response that I got from everybody who read it so far. They're like, bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. And I'm definitely intrigued. Looking forward to what. Also, I gotta defend that idiot Mark. He regularly fights borderline gods. But the thing is, with Mark in Invincible, Mark he holds back. He holds back too much. Like he be getting his ass fucked up. Please, dude, you won't be disappointed. Hopefully, yeah, dude. Like, and I'm happy because when I read like as I said before, when I did like 9 different versions of the script for VK chapter 1, and I had people close by who I trust to read those scripts. They read each one, but it was the 9th one that really, really did it. And when I seen the responses from them with that 9th revision of chapter 1, I was like, all right, this is it. This is the one. And then once I got the book printed, I let my dad read it. And he was like, oh man, like, why? Like, and then my brothers were the same way. And then my daughter read it. And that's why I love my daughter. My daughter's like me. My daughter's very blunt. My daughter speaks her mind. And even when I show my daughter my work when I work on certain things, my daughter is very critical of my work. She gives me constructive criticism. I like that. So she don't hold back, even though I'm her father. Even when she read chapter 1, she's like, "Dad, why did you do that?" So like my daughter was intrigued too. So now she wants to see chapter 2 and see where that's going to go. It's like, you you really quite quiet on that stream. Also last night, Vince, I thought that Conquest was going to take Mark's cheese. Oh yeah. Well, the thing is, the reason why all right, this is the thing with me when it comes to streams. When there's too many people on stream, it's hard for me to find my footing and where I can interject myself. You know what I'm saying? Because there's like everybody was talking over each other. Everybody, so it was hard to try to get in there and actually voice my opinion. That's why when there's a lot of people, I sit back, I don't say nothing. And then when I find an opening, I'll give my point, unless the host say, "Oh, Mugan Lord, you have something that you want to say? You've been quiet, this, and the third." Then I'll talk. But most time when there's too many people when there's too many people on the panel, I like that's where I take the sit back role. I sit back when there's too many people because everybody talking over each other, everybody trying to get their word in, and it's hard for me to try to get my word in. You know what I'm saying? So I just sit back and just let everybody just go. So I think the reverse would do well. What I saw, it's just boring as hell, and the character looked different every single page. Well, that's the thing too. As I said before, I talked about it in my last stream. I didn't bother with Isom because Isom just didn't look like an interesting character to me at all, or whatever. And plus, I wasn't sure when it came to Isom. I'm like, is he a Luke Cage type of character? But then when I see him, then I've seen him on images with Alpha Core, so it's like, is he like a Superman type of character? Because I see he fighting motherfuckers with capes and shit like that. So like, where do he stand as far as power is concerned? Or is he just like a street level Luke Cage, or is he like a heavy hitter, like a Superman and stuff like that? So like I couldn't. It was nowhere I was able to gauge about the character, but like his character design and just the overall character Isom just was not interesting to me. Like Yaira was the character that really got me interested, because I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like the only thing that I recognize Isom is him always getting his ass beat by Yaira. It's that famous scene where he falls on that fucking car, and that's why I got excited during the live action trailer of Yaira. I said, "Oh my god, he did it!" Like Isom fall on the car. I said he did it in live action. That's why I know Isom for. Isom get his ass whooped. He get his ass beat a whole lot. So, but yeah, Isom just didn't have no appeal to me. Then my artist said the same thing, that Isom looks inconsistent. Like he looks different every time. There's no consistent look to him, or whatever like that. And even my artist, who's been watching the Ripperverse stuff, said the same thing about Isom. He's always looking different. He never have any consistency to his art, to his character and stuff. As far as his face, one minute he got like a fro, and sometimes he got like a nice shaved cut. Sometimes his face look different and stuff. So like he has no defined look to him. Gotta know how to jump. Yeah, gotta know how to jump in. Audio's cutting out. We can't hear what is it me? Is it me? Is the audio is good for everyone? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? How's the audio now? Let me make sure. I want to make sure. Yeah, all right. I'm still here. How's the audio now? Can y'all in the chat? Can y'all hear me? How's the audio now? So Yaira said, Yaira whooping Isom is something like she's like, I'm the boss now. Yeah, so I was excited for is that still skipping? 1 second. Fair enough. I always could tell which character Isom sounds fine. You said sounds fine. Audio's good. Okay. Fair enough. I could always tell which character was Isom, but maybe I'm just used to Kyle art and consistency. I can hear it. Okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah. So I was excited by Yaira. Actually, I was excited because I'm like, damn, she kicking this nigga's ass. So the hype around her made me excited So that's why my first entry to Yaira, was my first entry to the Rippaverse, was Yaira, was Yaira. And as I said before in a couple of streams ago, I tried Yaira and I didn't like it. I didn't like Yaira at all. Did not like it. And then I got Gooding. Gooding was the book that had potential. Gooding started off strong, but the thing about like Gooding is that it needed more pages because he had to finish. The writer had to finish it. Can't remember who the writer name is, but he had to finish it within one book. It was like a limited one shot, so he had to finish it. So it was a lot of time skips. And another thing about Gooding, as I mentioned before, is that you didn't get a chance to see his Gooding services in action. You were told about his Gooding services, but you seen none of that shit. I bought the cover with Gooding with the robot behind him holding up the debris. Badass cover. And we didn't even see that robot at all. I was expecting to see that damn robot. That robot looked cool. That cover looked fucking cool. And you never really seen his services in action. And another thing about Gooding as well, he felt like a Mary Stu. He had no weaknesses. He was good at everything. Even down to the final boss, he took out easily. And the final boss had powers, and Gooding didn't. So he felt like a Mary Stu. Like everything about him was just perfect. He really had no challenges. As I was reading, it felt like there was nothing that he couldn't do. So that was kind of like a disappointment with Gooding. That was let me see, Eagle. Let me make sure. What was my favorite? Was Mike Barron? Yeah. He said, would you do like an audio dub for your comic someday? Yeah, I would do. That's expensive, but I plan on doing the audio once all 10 chapters, especially for VK, once I get a full thing out, then I'm gonna start doing audio dubs and stuff like that as well. But when it came, so Gooding, I like the very beginning of Gooding. I liked where it was going, but as I said, it started losing its steam as they started just time. They kept time skipping. They kept skipping ahead. There's a lot of time jumps. You know what I'm saying? And through his life and stuff like that. And it started losing its steam. So I was kind of like disappointed at the end. Now my daughter read it, and my daughter liked it Gooding just for a little bit, but then she's like, you know what? Gooding should have been a kid genius. She said she believed that Gooding would have worked better if he was like a kid genius who could make all these different type of robots and all kinds of type of special gadgets and weapons. She was like, man, Gooding would have been awesome if Eric would have went that direction with Gooding or whatever like that. That's what my daughter said. But my daughter didn't. My daughter read Yaira. She didn't like Yaira either. Actually, she stopped midway through and just said, "Dad, I'm done." So she didn't like Yaira. He said, "What do you think of Yaira's statue with Eric July tie?" I don't know. I mean, the statue looks cool. The statue look really, really good. I know that shit is probably was expensive as fuck to make, but I wouldn't have did it that early. I wouldn't have made them statues that damn early. If I had that money, like I said, if I had earned what Eric July earned, I would have did a lot of things differently. I wouldn't have got a warehouse. I'll tell you that for sure. I definitely would have approached it. I would have built my way to get to that or whatever. To get to that position or whatever like that. But going out with statues early on and stuff like that. And me putting out my first book and seeing how all this shit worked, man, this shit costs money. And I'm at the low end and this shit costs money. I'm at the low fucking end and this shit is expensive. You know what I'm saying? And despite how successful my campaign was, at the end of the day, I didn't, as far as money going back into Phoenix Ryan Comics, I didn't get much back. Even though it was a success, after paying for the books, I'm paying, the money got to go out for the shipping costs, the packaging, getting the supplies for the packaging cost me a good amount of money, and stuff like that. And then the thing that hurt me the most was my campaign. I had, like, next time I learned my lesson. my stretch goal. My stretch goal ended up hurting me because I decided that I wanted to give everybody a free keychain, three free keychains, and me doing that shit took a lot of money. I had to order 564. The keychains just came in, 564 keychains, and that shit cost me a lot of fucking money. So now I have to think about how I'm going to do stretch goals because that really hurt me. That stretch goal hurt me. So I have to plan out. I have to do that a lot. I have to replan that. I may do stickers for the early level stretch goal, but me doing those free keychains took some money from me. But I have money left over, but it's not enough to make a complete book. So I'm not going to even spend that money to help make the book, the next chapter 2. So I'm going to spend money out of my pocket or whatever. So if I'm going through that, I can only imagine how much shit is costing with Eric July. And guess what? I don't have overhead. This motherfucker got a warehouse and he got employees. I'm saying this, I don't have employees. I don't have a warehouse. I don't have cherry pickers. I don't got vans. I don't got none of that shit. And I got a little return from this campaign. Even though it's successful, and I was able to print off books and it covered the shipping. But as far as how much the business got back, I got some good change, but it's not enough to finance the next book. I gotta come out of my pocket again. He said, I said stretch goals. I got a speech thing, so sorry about that. He said, how much was it? Did it hit 100? You saw what he said, yo, moving on. Have you seen movie Tad? Word. No, I never watched it. Hopefully word of mouth will pick up. So how much was it? You talking about did it hit 100? You talking about as far as what, Cameron? Said wouldn't using make it cheaper? How much do you pay the artist per page? I don't share how much I paid my artist. That I never share that type of business. I never share that. That's confidential. That stays between me and my artists and stuff like that. Because that causes so much problems. Because when you go out and say that I paid my artist this, and if I ever decide to go hire another artist or whatever like that, and they see that I paid them this, then those artists, especially if the artist is not as good or whatever like that, then they think that they should be paid that same amount just because I paid that artist that amount. But she does my lettering, she does my colors, she does it all. She's a one-stop shop artist or whatever. And trust me, that book cost me a lot to make. Like I said, that book chapter 1 cost me a lot to make, man. And she, like I said, we've been together for 5 years. Me and my artist been working together for 5 years, and we changed each other's lives. Like we changed each other's lives. Like me working together, she stayed with work, even though she gets work. But like I'm her, like almost like her main like work or whatever like that. Because I've always got something for her to draw, especially when it comes to the comic and stuff like that. But yeah, that shit was not cheap. So the book cost me to make. I paid that out of pocket. But like I said, the campaign was a success. But after printing, you know, and after, as I said before, after printing and after, you know, ordering getting the materials for the packaging, and then them fucking keychains. What Riververse had a problem with character writing. They're just not interested enough to be far. I'm interested in the side characters. And One Punch Man, how much of it like? Oh, you're talking about packaging. I meant to tag. You said I meant to tag you with the statue. Oh, okay. Isn't your overhead paying your art? Well, yeah, paying my artist over, but that's coming. I'm talking about out of my pocket or whatever like that. I paid out of pocket for that. So yeah, I guess that would be the overhead. But whatever I earn from the campaign, after I spend on everything, whatever's left over goes back into the business. I don't have to worry about paying, you know, for anything else. It's just everything comes back to me. But even after all that, It's not enough to buy. It's not enough to pay my artist just from that money alone to get her to do the next chapter. Because if it was enough, chapter 2 will be out even faster. But it's not. It's not. I didn't get. It's not enough of return. So I'm going to pay out of pocket again. I'm going to pay out of pocket and just let that money sit there, and then whatever the next campaign. And then when my website come out, I got to promote and try to get people to buy chapter 1, buy merchandise, and that money can help stack Venus Orion Comics money. But it was not enough to pay for an entire book. And remember, we're not talking about 32 pages this time. We're talking about 62 pages. So it's damn sure not enough. It's damn sure not enough. And then now, since I'm talking about 62 pages, this next campaign got to outperform. Chapter 1. So I got my work is cut out for me. I got a lot of work to do. I'm just joking with you, bro. $500 that was not for me. Damn, good thing I don't do statues. It certainly do. I have one for my sons to review. VK, he just got. That's cool. He's doing nothing right now. Oh, cool, awesome. That's why people use some AI cheaping. How much the art costs? Got I don't do AI art. As far as art is concerned, I would like I'll do little fun things like with AI art, like on my Twitter. But when it comes to Venus Orion Comics, no AI art here. I tried to find digital comic on my email, but I can't find it. What was your email? Go DM me. Check your spam. I also mentioned that check your spam. Make sure it didn't go into your spam or your track or whatever like that. So I'm going to stick with my anime figurines around the wearing expectations. The reverse comics are consistently, some are better. My favorite Rippaverse comic is Horseman. Horseman's I actually enjoyed Horseman. That was my favorite one, but I didn't like Yaira. Gooding didn't do much for me, but Horseman I actually enjoyed Horseman. Rippazine, I ain't gonna be getting those again. The Rippazine wasn't really that good. And then with also on top of that, since I got Gooding and since I got Yaira, what makes it worse is when you go look at the Rippazine, it gives you like the first couple of pages of books or whatever like that. And since I already had Yaira, since I already had Gooding, those were extra paid. Those I got that already. So it felt like I just wasted my money on it and stuff. So or maybe start your campaign at 8. Or maybe start your campaign at 80K. Well, it's not that simple. I can't start I would never start my campaign at 80K. Like I would have to, because you gotta understand, if the campaign doesn't reach its goal, the campaign is canceled. That means there's no book. There's no book at all. And you also gotta understand too. Let me tell you something about this. Let me tell you something that people is not telling you about these campaigns. Let me tell you a little secret. And I've been talking to a lot of indie people behind as I was doing this. Let me tell you something about these indie campaigns. Just because somebody put a stretch goal down there doesn't mean that's their real stretch goal. Some people's doing stretch goals at a loss. Let me put that out there. Just because somebody reached their stretch goal doesn't mean that they actually reached their stretch goal. Some people put a stretch goal at a loss. And that means they have to go surpass that stretch goal in order for it to be profitable for them. And the only reason why they do it at a loss because they want the books out there. If you get what I'm saying. So that you gotta ask yourself that question too. So the thing is, if I put my stretch goal at 80K, people gotta come in droves and get me to 80K. If they don't get me to 80K, then the campaign is canceled. That means nothing. That means no books, no nothing. Keep hearing reverse comments. Okay, but still rough. Definitely webtoon quality, which isn't a bad thing. Box some of those anime figurines. Sound good, right? Lines of blood. How do you feel about AI generated art in general? It's mostly a good thing, bad thing. I mean, it depends on what you're doing with it. Like I said before, like recently I had did a I did an AI art just for my post. I did a post wanting people who write books. I was like, yo, I said, I just want to say that I had no idea that many of my followers who are writers and have published novels. That's awesome. Hey, share your links with others to find your work. And I made this real quick, just for the post itself, for you guys to share your books and your literature that you have written and stuff like that, so people can find you guys. That's the only time I would use AI art for little things like that. It's something quick, something that, to get your message across. My son told me the Horseman was the best ones. Yeah. Why not get that what you need? What are you talking about? Say that again. Have faith, get that. Hey, gotta fight harder, get what you want. Let me no. I don't blame you, but you look. This is what I learned about this campaign. I also learned that I'm stepping into an industry I know nothing about. I'm learning. This is the indie comic space, and I also learned too. Yeah, I can have faith all I want, but there's a thing called reality, and I wanted to reach 100,000 with VK Chapter 1. That's what I wanted to reach, but I end up only reaching 7,000, and I have to get better at promoting, and hopefully it gets word of mouth, because the only reason why I reached my goal was because the Hypnocast made me reach my goal. Once I reached my goal, I was stuck at I reached over $4,000 within 5 days. I still had 30 something days, and I still had 20 something days. Like, I had 28 days, and out of those 28 days, I only made it to $7,000. I had all these free days, and the only real boost I got was from Hypnocast. The rest, everything started coming in slow. No matter how much advertisement, how much promotion, I went on so many different podcasts and stuff like that. People are only going to show up for what they want to show up for. You know what I'm saying? I did a good presentation. People don't owe me anything. I want to make that clear. You guys don't owe me anything. I'm grateful for what I got from you guys, but you guys don't owe me anything. You don't have to give me your money or anything. You know what I'm saying? So even with all the promotion, even with getting on all these podcasts, I was only able to get the $7,000. And I was like, damn, because I was confident that maybe I can reach at least 20,000 because I had 28 days left. I reached my goal in 5 days because of the Hypnocast. So this is what tells me about Chapter 2. My own stream, my goal is to have my stream get me to my goal. And then any other podcast that I get on to promote my book is just a bonus. My own streams couldn't get me to $4,000. It had to take the support of another person's stream. So that means I have to build a streaming presence, and my own streaming audience have to get me to that goal. And anything after that, so if I can get 4,000 from my own stream, then go and Hypnocast, and then reach another 4,000, 8,000 overnight. You know what I'm saying? And then keep going after that. But my own stream alone didn't get me that much. My own stream alone didn't get me that much at all. It took Hypnocast to get me to that much. So imagine if I didn't have Hypnocast. I probably would have barely reached 4,000. Where can I share my work? I don't use X. Shit, you gotta use X. Wherever you want to or not, you gotta use X. You gotta use everything at your disposal. If you don't like X, too bad. You're going to have to use it. 8 million goals weren't met. It depends on your like I said, it depends. It depends on what platform you're using. It depends on what platform you're using. If you go to like sites like, was it Indiegogo? Indiegogo allows you to I think it's Indiegogo. I think Indiegogo allows you to still, even if you don't reach your goal, still, produce a product. But here's the problem. There's a lot of scammers. Even though they didn't reach their goal, they keep people's money. and then don't offer and then don't serve up a product and stuff like that. That's why a lot of people don't even trust a lot of these crowdfunding campaigns and stuff, because people and look, let me tell you this. If I didn't pay for VK chapter 1 out of pocket, and I asked you guys to pay for this, it would have cost me more than the goal of 4,000 would have been more than that. It would have been more than that. I probably would have had you guys. My stretch goal would have been my goal probably would have been 10K or more. You get what I'm saying? So I barely got 4,000. I barely got 7,000. I barely got 7,000 with this campaign. Imagine if I would have asked you guys for 10K. Imagine if I would have asked you guys for 10K. I doubt would have made it. How do you feel about Skullgirl developers? I don't really follow up with Skullgirls, so I don't really care for it. I might be a simp for Rippaverse, but that's because I'd rather give my money to someone who actually appreciates my patronage. Same reason why I'm off with videos. Thanks, Cavern. Breaking up my excellent work. Dropped my Horseman review today. Big Punisher fan. This is really scratched that itch. That's good. I like the Horseman. Horseman, I thought it was pretty good. You need to get your name out there. Yeah, I got to get my name out there. This stuff costs money, man. So I've been spending. I got to spend more money in order to get my name out there. I got to put money into SEOs and stuff like that. I would never spend money on YouTube advertisements ever again. I think it's a scam. I think YouTube advertisement is a scam, because I did it. I did the advertisement for YouTube, the YouTube ads. I believe it was a scam. First, I put $100 into it, because the more money you put into it, the more. Because when you do the YouTube ads, right, they ask you, what are you looking for? Are you looking for clicks to get people to see your product and whatever it is? Or are you trying to get these ads to bring in new viewers, subscribers, and stuff? So they told me if I put this amount of money in, you would get these many amount of views and more eyes on it. So like it's crazy how do you know I would get this if I give you this amount of money? That's the crazy part. So I gave them $100, and they promised me that I was going to get like 60, like over 50K views for my VK chapter 1 Kickstarter trailer ad. So the thing I didn't like about the ad was, before I did the ad, I was getting comments from you guys, getting views and comments from you guys. The moment it took a couple of days for them to review it before they made it into an ad. Once it became an ad, I stopped getting comments. So I wake up the next day. I went from, and plus, even when I put the trailer out, no one watched it. Like my VK trailer only got, like, at the time, of the campaign, only over 200 people watched it. I got 24,000 subscribers. Only 200 people watched it. So no one really gave a shit anyway. So I went to bed. A couple of days later, like 2 or 3 days later, I looked up, it was at 15K. Now, I didn't know that it got into the ad program. I'm thinking, oh man, 15,000 people saw my trailer. Oh, this is good. And hopefully it will convert into at least some clicks, or at least get somebody. I don't care if it grab 1 or 2 people from to back the campaign or whatever. As long as I get some backing from this. I had 15K views, and when I looked, there was no comments. It stopped at the 10. It stopped at the 43rd comment, and no new comments were coming in. It was getting all these views, but there was no comments. How did I get 15,000 views? And you mean out of 15,000 views, it went from 200 something views to 15,000 views, and you mean it got 15,000 views and no comments? No one comment. So then I realized that, okay, these ads must be they probably pull your videos out of the circulation of YouTube videos and probably put it in its own circulation, which are ads. So now I feel like these views aren't organic, because I'm getting all these views, but I'm not seeing any actual results from it. So yeah, at the end of the day, I got up to 60,000 views for the YouTube ad for my VK thing, right? I go to my Kickstarter, dashboard, and when the backers tell you where they come from. None of my backers came from that video, and mostly none of my backers came from YouTube. It mostly came from X, and it came from the Kickstarter platform itself. Most of my backers. Nothing came from you. Nothing really came from YouTube. I probably got like one. It told me I got like one. I think it was like one person came from YouTube. So I spent $100 and that didn't do shit. All right, I'll get X. What are your thoughts on the future of anime production using AI tools? Don't know if you've seen I've never seen Tooncrafter. It's the future. Let me tell you about AI. You better learn it or you're gonna get lost. Just that simple. You're gonna get left behind. Like AI, like even as a writer, even AI is good for organizing your thoughts and helping you flesh out your ideas. If you don't adapt to it, if you're going to be stubborn about AI, you're going to get left behind. AI is a tool. You gotta learn how to use it and use it to your advantage. Because if you don't, you're going to get left behind. Because that is the we about to step into new age technology. People said the same thing about the computer. People said the same thing about all kinds of technology. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to have to, at some point, use that to your advantage. How you use it, that's all dependent upon you. The only person I've seen benefit from YouTube ads was Ben Shapiro's sister. Her ads were everywhere when she was doing YouTube hardcore. The struggle was real. Do you remember the gold farmers in WoW? I never played WoW, so I never cared for WoW. Yeah, so if I would have said it at 10K, I doubt I would have reached 10K. I believe VK Chapter 1 probably would have been a failure if I would have had my goal set at 10K. I barely reached 7K with 28 days. I remind you, I reached my goal at within 5 days of the campaign start, and only reached 7K with 28 days left. So if I would have had that, if I would have asked for crowdfunding for you to fund my book to actually get it made and drawn up, I wouldn't have reached that goal. I wouldn't have reached it at all. I have seen AI used as voice acting in games like Cyberpunk from one of the favorite games of all time, Deus Ex Machina. Yeah. Oh, cool, interesting. Yeah. So it's a very hard field, and you also gotta temper your expectations when you're doing this indie comic stuff. You gotta temper your expectations. You got to. You don't come in here thinking you're going to make Eric July money. Eric July was a special situation. It was a lightning in the bottle situation. It like you cannot replicate that. You cannot, and I don't think he can be able to replicate that ever again. So don't think you're going to come in here thinking you're going to be making like Eric July type of money. You're not. And you gotta have realistic expectations, and you gotta have realistic goals. You know what I'm saying? In order for you to succeed. So I have to build from the ground up being Orion Comics. I'm gonna have to build from the ground up. And like I said, I'm gonna be investing my own money until it actually expands and it grows and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like the pre-order campaigns is only gonna take me but so far. So that means I'm gonna have to make money and expand and broaden my audience. And no, not broaden my audience, but I'm gonna grind hard to make more money and to use that money and pump it into Venus Orion Comics. In order for Venus Orion Comics to produce the things that I'm trying to produce and stuff like that. Like I said, it's all about getting your shit out there. So I gotta work hard to get my stuff out there. And like I said, to get your stuff out there, word of mouth is great, but you're gonna have to spend money on marketing tools or and stuff like that to get yourself in the Google searches and stuff like that. This shit costs money. You know what I'm saying? So you got to spend some money in order to make money. So you got to be realistic. You can have all the faith in the world, but you still got to be grounded in reality and stuff like that. And I'll don't know all this before I do my own comment. I think yeah. You have to understand that. Said, yeah, knowing all this before I do my own comment, I think will help me. Yeah, you have to notice. I'm gonna tell you one more time. I repeat, just because somebody has a goal that they need to reach doesn't mean that's their exact goal. I've been talking to a lot of indie comic people. There's a lot of people that's selling that's promoting their campaign at a loss. Just because that number say up there that, hey, my goal is this, doesn't mean that's the exact goal. I'm just putting it out there to you guys. I'm just putting it out there. Just because they say, hey, I need $5,000 doesn't necessarily mean they need $5,000. They probably need more than 5,000, but they need that goal in order for it to pass so they can get the product out there. But they probably at a loss. For me, I don't have an issue with AI at all, but how do you feel about the idea that artists can lose their jobs due to AI generation? You think it's inevitable for our future and we should adapt? Yeah, you're supposed to adapt. There's nothing you can do about it. AI is coming for your job. What you want to do? You want to cry about it? What you going to do? So what is that telling you? You're being replaced by AI, right? So if you're being replaced by AI, then why don't you use it for yourself to get yourself ahead? Why don't you do your own thing? Technology is starting to become so accessible and so easy to use. Why, like work for yourself? But a lot of people don't have that type of mentality. They don't have that type of grind at all. You have to work for yourself. You have to grind for yourself. You like at this point, you can be a one-man production company at this point, but you got to put that work in. You got to. Did you hear that the late GOAT Kevin Conroy did voice work for the upcoming? Yeah, I saw somebody post that. A lot of top comic artists these days use AI. Trust me, it cuts costs. First of all, I don't know what I'll be using AI for. Like, exactly what I need it for. So, but you don't. They be honest and ask for what they need. My job is not AI replaceable anytime soon, so I'm constantly in my skill set. Yeah. So if you're getting replaced by AI, it goes to show that these people are not just cutting costs, that they can start doing these businesses less and less without people. So if they can do business without people, then you can do the same thing without people. You can start do your own thing, create your own shit. Yep. 1 second, guys. I'm looking at my comments real quick. Yep. All right. Yeah, got it. And let's see what we got here. So Mugen Lord, have you ever had any problems with coworkers or coworkers you didn't like? I feel like the more you work with someone, eventually you start to resent them. Is there a coworker I didn't like? Well, when I worked at I wouldn't say there's a coworker I didn't like because I I pulled out of the workforce really early because I work for myself. So I like when I was security guard, I sit at my own workstation, so I'm by myself. All the other security guards are at their own post, so I hardly see anybody. So I'm more so by myself. So I wouldn't. So even during my security, when I was working as a security guard, I wouldn't say that I resented anybody or hated any of my coworkers. I wouldn't say that is because I was mostly by myself as a security guard at my own post. Wendy's, I wouldn't even say that I hated people like at my job because, like I said, like I more so stayed to myself. Like I mind my business. I don't bother nobody. I stay to myself. People don't fuck with me and stuff like that. So I wouldn't say that I resented anybody on my job as far as coworkers. So I have mixed feelings about AI. I feel that anyone using AI is cheating. It depends on what it is. Like as I said before, it's a good tool, especially for writing. You seen that movie? Oh, no, I never watched Ultraviolet. I thought it looked whack. They didn't waste my time with it. But it's going to be the way of the future. You either adapt or you don't, and you're going to get left behind. So you got to adapt with the times when it comes to technology. AI is a new wave, and the more and more you see it, like look, Square Enix already talking about it going to be using AI for programming. You know how much simpler things, dude. I had AI. I'm working on my Venus Orion Comics website, right? And I asked the AI, I just asked it. I said, do you do coding? Do you do HTML? And he said, yeah. And the AI chat GPT said, yeah, I can do AI. I can do HTML. Do you want me to code something? So I said, okay, I'm working on a website. I'm using Wix or whatever like that. I'm working on a website and I want to use HTML. Um do you think can you make me an actual web page or whatever like that? And it was like, sure, what do you want? So this is what I did. I just wanted an example. I took a screenshot of another video game. I can't remember what site it was. I said, can you make a web page that's similar to this? So I sent it the screenshot. It said, sure. I watched it code right in front of me. And all I did was copy it and paste it into the code thing on Wix, and it made the exact layout. I said, get the fuck out of here. Dude, AI is scary. It coded it right in front of me. It said, if you want to change anything, you go to this line, put this what you want to put. You want to put your own images, then put your images in this line right here. And say, hey, if you want me to readjust, I can readjust it right now. Dude, it's fucking scary. That shit is fucking, it did a fucking homepage. It did a website homepage. It HTML a website homepage, bro. People ability and natural talent will get lost. I'm always going to be grateful AI for helping me write out the scripts. I hooked code into it. I told him about ChatGPT, man. He haven't had a writer's block ever since. This dude is putting out bangers on YouTube. I generally have said the AI will become much bigger in the near future. I'm still annoyed that as very amateur artists, that search leads to too much. And now AMB confronted MIB come for them. Yeah, so this is the thing. Even though that anybody can do it, here's the thing. The person who's naturally talented, and if you're a natural writer, you're a natural coder, and all those other type of things, you'll be better. You'll be better at using the AI tools because you can do things with the tools that other people who don't have the skills can do with it. So a person can point out someone who's an amateur with AI and a person who actually has skills, but that utilize AI as an extension of their skills. People be able to point that out. Because if you're an amateur at it, there's only but so much you can do because you're an amateur. You still don't know how to code. You still don't know how to write. You still don't know how to draw. You still don't know how to do those things. So you're an amateur at it. So people be able to pick up someone who don't know what the fuck they're doing versus someone who already had that background skill and just only using it to enhance what they're doing. People are going to be able to distinguish that. Yeah. Let me see some. Let me see something real quick. One second, guys. One second. Yeah, guys. Just shout out to my boy Cole J. He's a subscriber and a follower of mine, man. He makes some good content. And I'm posting this because he actually makes good content. Like if you're into retrospectives and stuff like that, he did a whole thing on his favorite waifus. He did his whole thing with the Trail series, man, which is awesome. If you like the Trails, definitely check it out. And then Rumble Roses, man. Rumble Roses, he did a good job. So, like I said, I'm gonna post it again. Give him a subscribe. Check out his content, man. He's a good storyteller. Like I sat down and listen and watch his intros and stuff like that, and watch him talk throughout the video. He hooks you right in with his content and stuff like that. You definitely need to go check my boy Coleman out. Definitely good with his content, and you also got to remember that he takes time with his content. His stuff takes a lot of time. but it's well worth it when you actually sit down and actually watch his videos. It's well worth it. People come through and show some love, and it's going to be a lot of rare games and stuff that he's going to talk about as well. But I told him about Chat GPT because he said he had writer's block. I introduced it to him, and once I introduced it to him, hold on, my stupid cats. Once I introduced it to him, man, he haven't had writer's block ever since. It's a good tool, and it paid off because he's doing really, really good with his content. So definitely, man, show him some love, man. Show him some love and stuff. And I want to do the same thing for a lot of you guys, especially if you guys got some content and it's really good and it has potential and stuff. I'll definitely shout y'all out here on this channel when it comes to your content. Like I said, if you guys are game developers, you got a project and stuff, I would kindly have you on the channel or even cover it on my video and stuff like on my YouTube channel to get the word out there so people know what you're doing and stuff like that. So I don't mind doing that, giving back to the community that got me this far and stuff like that. I do not mind doing that at all. Oh, so you found it? Okay, cool. Yeah, always check your spam and stuff like that because I had a feeling that was going to happen. Yeah, another gravity rush. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever see that happen, bro. I'm being honest right now. Thank you. No problem. Yeah, ChatGPT is fucking good. Fucking good. Confirming that Cole does put out banger video. He also has some fiend tasting women. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So definitely go check him out. You know. But yeah, man, it takes it. Like I said, with YouTube and with content creation and stuff, it's crazy. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of effort you got to put in. Good. All right, I'm just checking something real quick. Oh man, it's a lot. Like it's funny because there's a lot of drama going on with Grums right now, and I'm trying to see what the hell is going on because the blabs from side scrollers got blocked from Grum's Discord because she questioned something about the game Ember. 1 second. So I do want to buy your comic, but I have so many indie comic friends, so many comics only, so much as I say, my heart is bigger than my wallet. Sorry, Mr. Game. Yeah, no, it's not a big deal, man. It's not a big deal. The comic's gonna be available once my website is up, so you'll be able to buy the comic either physical or digital. Once my website is up. Once the campaign's like 90% fulfilled, then I'll have it available on my website once the website launches. So you have a chance to get it. There will be a store cover, and then there will be a convention cover only for conventions. So yeah, Blabs is chill. What said policy said. Is that the game that Grums promoted? Yeah. Hold up. We're gonna talk about this in a second. All right, so it was from Blabs. She said, I never commented in Grum's Ember Discord prior to yesterday. Every so often, I would check to see the progress of the game. He made a comment about Ember parody game. If you guys don't know, some troll had made a game called Ember. It is about being cooked or something like that. To show that, hey, I can make a game overnight and the fans can, and the people can buy my game, opposed to Grum's created this game that's been in development for 8 years and shit, and no one has yet to see any real results of it. So Blabs, she said, I never commented in Grum's Ember Discord prior to yesterday. Every so often I would check in to see the progress of the game. He made a comment about the Ember parody game and how he wanted Steam to remove the game. And that's crazy, because how can you ask to remove a game that has no relations to, you know what I'm saying, to whatever game that he's making? So he says, someone replied with, I don't think common law trademarks is applicable here. I reacted 100% to it. It was my first time ever communicating in that Discord. That comment, for whatever reason, screenshot below, was removed. And today I realized I was removed from the Discord and never broke any rules. So the screenshot had Grums saying that regarding the Ember porn game on Steam, Steam Legal got back to me and refused to do anything about it, even though our community group there predates them by years. We never filed an official trademark because we knew we were going to change the name. Okay, so what's the fucking issue? It's better use of our resource to work on the new name rather than the legal expense of going after an old name. That may change in the future. It's a vile attack that breaks common law trademarks. No, it doesn't. And it will be addressed when the time is right. What is he? Follow, and let's see what is happening. Somebody said, I don't think common law trademarks are applicable here. And then, okay, let me make sure. And then somebody else commented 100. Oh, yeah, then Blabs commented on it. 100. So she was removed from it. And I think I replied too. Said, hold. And then, so Fratanga been Mr. Drizzle has been on Grum's ass when it comes to this project. So it said, oh, so yeah, I have a question. I said I don't keep up with this stuff. Wait, hold up. Damn. 1 second. I didn't know so many people commented after that. It said, is that game that Grum's promoted? Hold up, I want to make sure. So Mugen Lord is an online content creator and gaming enthusiast known for contributions to Lord platform creating battles. In addition to his game content, Mugen Lord addresses cultural topics with it. Wait, reflecting his. What is this? It was this AI. That was it. Damn, AI. Oh shit, AI said all that about me. God damn, that shit's scary. Let's see how it plays out. I think we're about to have a new ABBA Atlas Destiny situation. Grums used to work on WoW. I think Mr. Drizzle. I think Mr. What's his name? Mr. Drizzle's. What? Was it him or was it somebody else I watched? Was pretty much saying how much involvement did he really have? I was watching a YouTube a YouTube video. How much involvement did he really have when it comes to the development of WoW because of the position that he was in? That he was classified in and stuff like that. So there's a lot behind that. Say Grums was shooting out all the airbag bots. So yeah, can somebody tell me about this whole airbags thing? What is this airbags? I keep hearing about airbags. I don't know what that is. Like is that who's this person? Mick Drizzle was the one that put me on to Grums being sketchy. Yeah, it was Mick Drizzle that put me onto it because I knew nothing about Ember at all. Now, like I told you before, I told you about the situation with me and Grums when he blocked me the first time because he took one of my tweets and cropped me out of one of the screenshots that I had, and then he put it on his post and pretty much took credit for it or whatever like that. And like I said, I didn't know. It was one of my followers who told me, and then and went to Grums and said, "Yo, like you really took this from Mugen Lord or whatever like that." Give him credit for it, whatever like that. You literally cut my man Mugen Lord out of it. So, like I said before, I didn't even know about it. It was just that my audience tagged me in it, and I didn't even say nothing to Grums or whatever like that. I just made my own post on my own page. I said, "Look, it doesn't." I said, "I'm used to it. I'm used to it. This happened before, and I'm gonna tell you a lot of things. I'm gonna tell you something, guys, and I've seen it. My artist seen it too. My artist seen it, and my artist is not into culture wars. She knows nothing about the shit that I talk about, and that's good. Like, she don't need to be tainted with this shit. She does her own thing. She's in the Philippines. She's doing her own thing and stuff. But let me tell you something. You don't know how many times there are big YouTubers that cover controversy and stuff. There's a lot of big YouTubers out there that uses my content. And things I don't care. But what makes it funny for me is there's a lot of big YouTubers who takes my tweets and literally crop me out of it. Or some of them even have my tweets in their thumbnails for their YouTube videos and just completely crop me out of it and shit like that. And the only reason why I feel some type of way about it is that when you have some of these big YouTubers who would cover drama or cover things, they would shout out that person or give that person credit. But for some strange reason, when it fucking comes to me, all of a sudden, like integrity or all of a sudden their practice, what they normally do, goes out the window when it comes to me. all of a sudden I'm not tagged. All of a sudden I'm cropped out, and I'm not even mentioned at all. And that's the crazy part about it. Not even mentioned. And now your video's getting hundreds and hundreds of thousands of views and stuff like that off of springboarding off of my tweets and the things that I say and stuff like that. Don't mention me at all. Don't even mention me. But everybody else, they would give that person that respect. Hey, check this person out. This person said this, that, and other. But when it comes to my shit, I'm not mentioned at all. That's crazy. That is fucking crazy. And I'm not going to even mention who. And it's people I watch. There's people I watch, and that I used to admire their content and shit like that. And they did that shit to me. And then the time I was going back, I was beefing with Anita Sarkeesian's Anita Sarkeesian friends, the trans woman. I can't remember his fucking name. And he took my tweet and then cropped me out of it, used it to try to push a political agenda. He got called out for it because my fans called him out for it. I get tagged into it and stuff like that, and everybody covered it. And then my post got 1 million views on Twitter. It got 1 million views, and everybody covered it. And not one of those big YouTubers, all the big YouTubers mentioned that trans, but none of those YouTubers mentioned me ever in that fucking video. And I'm saying this because they have a history of giving people and mentioning people's sources and who the source is. But when it comes to me, all of a sudden, everybody's memory go blank all of a sudden. And that tweet that I had 1 million views. And a lot of big YouTubers covered it and not mentioned me not one fucking time. And then other people tag those people and say, hey, that's Mugen Lord's. That's Mugen Lord's tweet. And that's Mugen Lord's tweet. Yo, that's Mugen Lord. And not one, and so they can't even say they didn't know it was Mugen Lord, despite me being cropped out, because everybody kept saying, yo, that's Mugen Lord's tweet. So I'm like, that's why I was like, fuck a lot of these content creators, or fuck a lot of these people on like in this space. With the culture war, with anything, fuck a lot of these people in this space and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And these are people that I watch. These are people that I look up to in terms of how they present content and shit like that. And they did that shit to me. And like I said, I don't like creating YouTube drama or beef and stuff like that. That's why I won't even say who these names are. But the viewers who were there know who know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about and shit like that. And then my artists. The time that article came out, there's a VTuber that my artist said, "Oh my god, I sometimes watch his content and stuff like that. Yo, your tweet is in his video and stuff like that." So I was like, "Oh shit!" So I went to click on it, watch the video, and I was like, "Wait a minute, I watched this shit." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I love his content." Watched it, and not one time have he mentioned that it was my tweet or anything. Nothing. Just talked all around it. Mentioned everything but the person who it belongs to. But all his other content, he mentions everybody else. That's crazy. Why the fuck would he do that? To prove a point that Smash TV trusts what people tell him, as if he didn't impersonate a real life person. Cancel culture got people trying to be prophets. Yeah. Also take with a grain of salt, because he went out his way to steal someone's identity and put effort in the line of it to be another leaker. I heard Sael gets treated that way. Now, the thing I don't like, I had people coming in trying to tell me that when I first started my content, the culture war stuff, I got attacked by Sael's audience. I had people coming in there saying I'm a fake ass Sael and I'm copying his content and stuff. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Like all my everybody comes to me because of my takes and my nuanced position in my takes. So I remember I got hit. I remember I a couple of times I had a lot of Sael people come into my comment sections, attacking me and shit like that. This culture war stuff is gritty. It truly is gritty. Yeah, man. So so when it comes to the whole Ember thing with Grums and stuff, I said this time and time again, and this is one of the main reasons why I don't cover the culture war stuff as much anymore, because like we starting to lose the plot, and there's no integrity at all. The culture war is a business. It's just like June Rad. Business can be greedy, and that's what it's all about. It's not even about the culture war. It's not about fighting back the culture. It's about how can I profit? How can I profit from it? That's all it's about. There's nothing wrong. Get that bag, but if you're going to get that bag, I still expect some form of integrity. That's what I expect. I expect some form of integrity and ethics when it comes to all this. You know what I'm saying? And look at the whole Ember situation with Grums, even solidify everything that I've already believed when it comes to this. How people will turn a blind eye and people will look the fucking other way. Even if Grums is like robbing people of their money with Ember, there's people still saying, well, you know, he's fighting the culture war. That's all that matters. Like that is crazy. So you're saying that you're okay with getting exploited as long as somebody has to share the same politics as you don't mind getting exploited. That is cult-like mentality. That is tribalism at its core. I couldn't believe that. And people keep making excuses. Every time people point it out, now you got Blads talking about it. Mick Drizzle was already on it, and there's other YouTubers out there that's been mentioning this. Like I said, upper echelon gaming said the same thing. He also put a spotlight on it, and upper echelon gaming was pretty much saying the same thing. He said, "Yo, everybody gave Zoe Quinn this. Yes, I know she's a bitch. I know that." Because the people keep still making excuses. Well, she accused a man of something that he didn't do. He killed himself. She's a piece of shit. This, that, and the third. But that's not the point. The point is this woman had pretty much came up with a project and never finished the project, and then walked away. And everybody gave her so much shit for that, and already on top of the things that she already had done on top of that. But then, like upper echelon said, Grums has the same hallmark. It's the same crumbs, or it's the same pattern in Zoe Quinn. And for some reason, everybody's just looking the blind eye. Everybody's just looking the other way. All because he shares the same politics as them. And that's what made me realize that, you know what? Fuck it. Like, what's the point of all this? I don't want to fight this culture war no more. I don't want to fight it no more. What is the fucking point of this? What is the point of fighting this damn culture war when where your own side can't even be ethical, or can't even keep their shit together, and practicing the same techniques and practicing the same patterns as the other side that they're criticizing? Then what's the point? No one really wants to fight this culture war. No one really wants to fight this shit at all. So you're saying that you're okay with being exploited, just as long as this person shares your same worldview in politics. That's all that matters. I said, you know what? I'll fucking give up on this shit. I give up on this shit. I don't, at this point, I don't give a shit. Like, no one wants no fucking nuance. No one wants to. People keep talking about within the culture war, we should have gatekept gaming. We should have gatekept our hobbies. But no one stopped to realize, or no one stopped to thought about, we should have gatekept the culture war side, with the anti-woke side. No, now anybody can come in. Anybody can come in and just spout anti-woke rhetoric, and everybody jumps on board. Everybody jumps on board and make these people messiahs. Everybody jumps on board and make these people the mouthpiece and leaders of this space. That's all it takes. And there was a video somebody showed that it's an AI is a channel that's mostly AI, where this AI channel was making woke content, like woke news reports, and will report, and it will use a female voice. We'll use a female voice and talk about, you know, woke stuff and political issues on the woke side, right? It was getting no views. So what the person did with the AI was study anti-woke channels, study their thumbnails. They studied Edemion's thumbnails. It was studying neurotic thumbnails. It was studying very dark thumbnails. It was studying all the typical anti-woke thumbnail setups, right? And decided to turn its channel into an anti-woke channel. Still use a female AI voice, and this time it's talking about Disney Star Wars and how woke it is, and all these other Kathleen Kennedy. It was copying everything that the typical anti-woke channels talk about, right? Why did they reach, I think at the time, 100,000 subscribers? Got a shit ton of views. A shit ton of views. It exploited the system. It exploited the system. It goes to show that, yo, all I gotta do is say that shit is woke. All I gotta do is spout that shit, and everybody's on board. So does Gangster Game always win? Oh, thanks for the super chat, latest. Does Gangster Gaming always win? But the Culture War, I'm just trying to play the game. So now that wokeism is dying off, the anti-woke side has lost their way. Yeah. So now it's all going to be boiled down to actual gamers who just want to play games. So at this point, you gotta push both sides out the fucking way. Now what you gotta do now, you gotta see the game for yourself. You can't take the word of the anti-woke side no more, because now they're just jumping at, a lot of them are jumping at shadows now. They're just jumping at shadows and stuff like that. And now you have to be careful. And now you have to actually play the game for yourself, or actually look in it. And you know me, what I keep saying on this channel, don't take my word for it. Look into it for yourself. Don't even trust me. I always say that to you guys. And that's what I try to preach here on this channel and stuff. So now we got into the point of the culture where you got to bleep out both sides, and you actually got to do some digging yourself. And this is where the danger falls. We talk about mainstream media, right? The future now is independent media, like YouTubers, content creators, influencers and stuff. But now we got into the point where influencers and content creators and YouTubers have become so powerful now, they are going to become the new mainstream. They can be compromised. They can be bought out. And you have to be careful of that. You have to be careful. All you did was get rid of one problem, and then you brought in another problem. If you don't check it, you have to check it. You have to put it in check. There needs to be check and balances. But we got into this whole hive mind. We got into this whole echo chamber where you're only going to fuck with people who agrees with your point of view and nothing more. And you want to just take their word for it because they justify your own bias. These people have no individual thoughts or any set of values, just parrots. Exactly. Exactly. 1 second. My artist didn't take the news of the delay. Well, anyway, but then again, what can I do? Yeah, so my artist cracking me up. But yeah, and that's the problem, man. No one is thinking for themselves, man. Like like people say, well, you gotta understand they've been doing it so much. I don't blame them. No, you still gotta be your own individual. You still gotta take some time, and you gotta still analyze. You still got control over who you are as a person. You know what I'm saying? Instead of jumping the gun and jumping at shadows, you still gotta look at this stuff. You know? All right, let me see something. Okay. Yeah. 1 second. Yeah, so yeah, man. You see, yeah, I seen that code. Yeah, because you couldn't see, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's getting to the point where, like, nigga, like you like even when it comes to female characters, like the tits can have jiggle physics and everything, but because they wasn't big enough, then it's a big problem. Or you couldn't see panty shots. It's a big problem. Like, yo, what are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here, man? Like all I want is gaming to go back to the way it used to be. Some attractive characters, especially attractive female characters that can kick ass or whatever like that. But if you can't see a panty shot or the titties wasn't big enough, but despite that, the character is beautiful, it jiggles and everything, but the titties ain't big enough. Now we fighting on these hills. Like what the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing? Like what are we doing? And you got some people simply because the character is black. And that's not what I was fighting for. I was fighting for that, yo, if you're going to have diversity, you got to make the diversity count. The character shouldn't just be diverse just to be for the fuck of being diverse. That its whole identity is wrapped around being diverse. And you're using that diverse person to be a vehicle and a mouthpiece for your fucking propaganda. That's what I'm against. But then you have people within this space like that, the mask slip off or whatever like that. And the fact is that they just don't want people of color in their games, period. They just want white people in their games. And you got people that don't want women in games, period. Or they don't want them as lead, periods. They just want white males, period, in their games. You know what I'm saying? So you do have those people. And they're very, very fucking vocal. Do they represent the whole narrative? No. But since they're very vocal, you give it ammunition to the other side. And no one calls most of the time people don't call these people out. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of that shit that's going, there's enough of that's going on within this space and stuff like that to the point where we're losing the fucking plot. It's woke isn't dead, it's just needed, isn't needed anymore. It's already embedded in the minds of people. Then again, I understand what you're saying. That makes it another ism. I just see it as human nature doing this thing. Where did the anti-woke side go wrong in the culture war? It's not. When it went wrong is that we started putting people on a fucking pedestal in this space. That's when it went wrong. You started putting these people on a pedestal. You started making these people the culture war leaders. That's what people started doing. People started simping for these culture war people. People within the space started simping for them. All they did was stop sipping for one thing and just started sipping for another thing. And we've been so droused. We've been so droused in this politics that now a lot of these people within the culture war space have made politics and made culture war their identity. We talk about how we don't like people making their race and their gender and their identity, their race and their gender their identity, but yet these same people turn around and make the culture war their identity. Like when I get off the stream, I don't talk about none of this shit. I talk about Venus Orion comics. I talk about the games that I like, and I just chill with my family, chill with my bros, chill with my dad, chill with my daughter, and we just have a good fucking time. I leave that shit for the internet. I'll leave it on the internet. I don't got time for that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'll leave it there. But that's where the anti-woke side went wrong. We started putting these people on the pedestal. We started making them leaders and mouthpieces for the community. And these people got that status and then it went to their heads. It's all easy to get caught up and influence in this war. Also look forward to games coming from China as well. But only problem with Korean, I talked about this on my YouTube, not my YouTube, on my Twitter. My only problem with Korean games, I'm going to be honest with you guys. They make beautiful characters, but all their characters look generic. Like First Descendant characters, the female characters, they all look the same. Like they pretty much got like a similar face, but with different hairstyle. And I was talking about I'm trying to find the post. But that's the only thing that because I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to Stellar Blade, Eve, she just looks attractive. But as far as her design overall, she looks Eve is generic as fuck. Eve is a generic ass looking female character. She just looks beautiful and got a nice body, but Eve does not stand out. She don't stand out at all. She's a generic design female character. But I noticed that with a lot of where's that goddamn I noticed that with a lot of these Korean games, a lot of their characters do not stand out. A lot of their characters do not have something that makes them recognizable, that stands out, that makes them unique or makes them original. A lot of Korean characters in these Korean games, they look generic, even down to the males. They just handsome and gorgeous. That's all. That's all it is to them. They're just handsome and gorgeous. They don't stand out to me. Did somebody delete it? I just got finished talking about the damn video, and some people got butt hurt when I said it. Though the people, well, at least they're not ugly. That's not the point. Yeah, that's not the point. I didn't. Like people gotta understand. I like beautiful characters, but they still have to stand out, and they still have to be original, or they still have to have some substance. They can't just be beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Having an ugly character and having a generic character is the same to me. They can be generic and beautiful, but they're just as bad as an ugly character, because this generic, beautiful looking character has nothing to them. They look generic as fuck. The thing that pulls me into a game is always the character designs. It's the character designs, and if that character has something that really draws me in, and then the story follows after that. What the world is like, the story is like, and everything. Like I said, my whole argument with Stellar Blade was I want gaming to be what it used to be: a hot, attractive character, a female character. This introducing us to a wonderful story, a world that I can get lost in. And Stellar Blade story is okay. The world is I like the world, whatever, like that, and how it was crafted, and the design of it, and the story and stuff is it's okay, or whatever, like that. But overall, like, Eve is a generic looking female character, and I've noticed that with a lot of the female characters, even down to the male characters. It was this post right here I was talking about. I was like, my problem with female characters in this game is they all look generic. Their faces look similar to one another, just slapped with different hair and an outfit. Like none of them stand out to me. None of the first descendant female characters stand out at all. None of them do. They all look generic. They look hot and sexy, but that's it. They're generic. Oh, what's up, Darko? It's possible there's things you're saying that is banned. A lot of influencers are part of orgs that push out certain narratives and topics. YouTube has pushed certain people to the top for over a decade. No, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. Oh yeah, I forgot. I can go back and play older games, not the current. Female fighting game characters with an OnlyFans account. Shut up, Akuma. Korea got getting away with that because everyone is starved for attractive. Yeah, thank you. Each is making perfect sense. Yes, people are starved for female characters, but a lot of their characters, man, it's are generic. A lot of female characters like are generic as fuck. I get what you mean. Chinese, yeah, like Soul Aside, like was it last Soul Aside, which is that Chinese developed game. That game looks generic as fuck. Now, I'm not saying that the game is gonna be corny. I'm just saying, design wise, none of those characters, the main protagonist, looks generic as hell. Like, I don't even want to touch the game. It looks generic. What's that new game? It looks interesting. Let me find it. We'll talk about it in a second. I'm gonna look for it real quick. And what's the name of that game? Yeah. What's it called? Yeah. So let me go back to the Twitter. All right, cool. I found it. So Yes, like Tides of Annihilation, for example. It looks like it's going to be a good game. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, for instance, damn man, give me that fucking thumbnail. Let me like, for instance, she looks like a first descendant character. This chick in the Tides of Annihilation game, she looks like a first descendant character. And this is from a Chinese developer, I believe. Yeah, this is a Chinese developer. She looks beautiful, but she looks like a first descendant character. Like she like is there's something about these characters that does not stand out at all. They look gorgeous, but they don't stand out. Same thing. It's something about this design. Like she looks like a first descendant character. She looks like one. And I'm not saying that the game's going to suck. I'm not saying that. Don't twist my words up. But a lot of these Chinese design characters and Korean design characters do not stand out for some strange reason. I don't know what it is. Their gameplay can be dope, but I'm just talking about like the designs. I'm not saying that these games are bad, because I know people probably clip it or don't even listen to what I just said or whatever. But said in the first Ascended, the female characters use the same model, same with yeah. This is what I found out, because people were saying that they wanted characters. They said, I found out in First Ascended, they said that fans kept saying, yo, like, we want our characters to wear like previous costumes, because they're like, the way the costumes work or whatever like that, certain characters can't wear certain outfits or something like that because of the models, the way the models are rigged and the proportions and stuff. And they were saying that in order for them to be able to fix that problem, they would have to readjust and make a lot of those characters have the same body proportion and stuff. And that's also the problem. Like, they have the same body proportion, the same structures and stuff. So there's no originality in diversity in facial features and body proportions and stuff like that. And that's what I'm seeing with these Korean games and these Chinese games. Yeah, they're good. They can be good games, but so I get what you mean. Chinese games have the same issue too. Yeah, Eve is actually badass outside of her supermodel. Yeah, she is actually a badass, but her design is so generic. So I actually just unfollowed someone who on Twitter because he talked about the attractiveness of females in games he's playing, but never talks about how, like, the story. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, this culture war thing got so ridiculous. But yeah, where you're not going to really hear people talk about the game itself. You only hear about how sexy the characters are, and that's how bad it got. We got the community got so starved for attractive female characters. We have gotten to this point to where now that's the only topic of discussion of what like that. Yes, there are people that's talking about the game, but they're buried underneath the topic of how attractive the female characters are. Yeah. Not like Bayonetta where she stands out. Yes, Bayonetta stands out. But guess what? That's a Japanese developer. Japanese developers know it makes their characters, most of them make their characters stand out. But these Korean and Japanese and Chinese studios, a lot of their characters feel so bland and generic as far as their designs are. So you gotta have more than just tits and ass. Yeah, and people forget about the back then. Yes, back then there were attractive characters where we never paid it no mind. It was the norm. So it didn't stop a game from being trash. We know that. I always keep explaining that. It doesn't stop a game from being trash just because the character is attractive and sexy and all other type of stuff. The game still has to be good or whatever like that. But the community being so starved from having attractive characters, that's the priority now. You know what I'm saying? That became the priority. But yes, the game still has to have some substance. I don't care how beautiful a character looking, this, that, and the third. If the game is trash or the game just doesn't appeal to me, I'm not wasting my money. Perfect example. Like, I do not like the Dead or Alive volleyball games. It should exist, but I don't care for the volleyball games. I really don't care for them. Because they're like I said, I'm about gameplay first. You know what I'm saying? fan service is a bonus for me. Like, I care about the substance of the game, and it's designed for that market. It's designed for the fan service, and that's why I don't really care. I don't bother to play. I don't bother to play the volleyball thing. I don't care for it or whatever like that. Those games are not fun or whatever like that. They're not fun at all. It's just hot girls, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I love my fan service. I love hot girls, but I want to play a fucking video game with hot girls in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to play a good game with some good story and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So never appealed to me. Even when it comes to costumes, where people drool over hot alternate costumes that you can not download, but unlock and stuff. I never really go for unlocking costumes either. Fan service costumes in games. I don't care for it. I don't care for it. Like, the character's fine default. You know, the character is hot. Character got substance. And I love to play. I love the game itself and the story and stuff. So I don't really go out my way to collect those type of stuff, and everything. Even with mods, I don't really care for mods where you put girls in skimpy outfits. For me, it's immersion breaking. And the reason why it's immersion breaking, especially like games like Resident Evil, or you immerse in this world, and then now you got a girl walking around with lingerie on. Like, I want to play the game. I want to be immersed in the world. Now I'm not immersed because she's not fitting that world. Because unless that's her default costume, that's different, because that's the world. That's her default costume. But when it comes to mods, with lingerie, she's wearing lingerie, or she's pretty much not wearing. She's not wearing the type of costumes that she would wear in that world that she belongs in. It throws me off it breaks immersion, because everybody else fits the world, but she's the only one out of place because she's wearing this mod, because she's walking around in underwear and lingerie. Like, I don't even waste my time downloading lingerie and mods and stuff like that. It's immersion breaking because she doesn't fit that world. It breaks me out of that immersion. Everybody else is wearing regular outfits and costumes and stuff that fits that world, and she's the only one walking around with underwear on. And like I said, unless that's her default costume from the world itself, that's how she's designed. But if she wasn't designed that way, or she doesn't have a costume or a sexy outfit as her default, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, then it's immersion breaking because it doesn't fit that world. It just breaks it for me. I find China a little better, especially with their attempt. I can agree with that. Yep, Joni's right. I agree. I like the designs. Does every female Street Fighter and character, King of Fighters characters, at least ones we know about? Bayonetta stands out than any of the sex appeal character. Yes, exactly. Like she has charm to her. My daughter loves Bayonetta. Cause one time I was looking at something regarding Bayonetta. She's like, "Oh my god, that's my queen right there." I'm like, "What the fuck?" I said, "What you know about Bayonetta?" She said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "That's queen. That's my queen right there." I was like, "What do you know?" Like, I've never introduced you. Like, yeah. She said, "I watched so many clips, like on TikTok and edits of her, like video edits and stuff like that." My daughter loves Bayonetta. I like fan service too, but it's not what makes me want to play a game. Fan service is like icing on the cake. Exactly. Said there is a reason I play Stellar Blade and Lies of P. The gameplay hooked me. Yeah, while never got into the games like the first Descendant. Exactly. There you go. That's why I feel we see so many female leads now, because all you gotta do is make her hot, and the males are generic, especially. They can be harder to design and develop because they have to be cool. Yeah, well, this is why I'm gonna be honest with you. Even me being a 3D hentai animator, it's hard as fuck making a male character. For me personally, I have a hard time, but trying to make them stand out in my 3D hentai or whatever like that, because all my male characters are generic as fuck. Like, it's hard designing an actual male character that actually stands the fuck out. Or whatever like that. I have a hard time. Females come a dime a dozen to create and stuff like that. But Jesus Christ, trying to make a male character, especially in hentai, they're all generic. My main issue with Chinese Korean games is that they're secretly bottomless money pits. Yes, they are meant to squeeze you out every penny. Yes, they are Take Crossfighter, Counter-Strike clone. All the female characters look the same. Exactly. Hi-Fi Rush actually has some good character designs. I agree. Perhaps it looks generic because of the culture of their land. Everybody keep pointing to the culture of their land. I like, can somebody elaborate more on that? I keep hearing about that. Gosh, thank you for mentioning Lost Soul Aside. The character design does not pop out from compared to Phantom Blade Zero. Yeah, Lost Soul Aside character looks so fucking generic. I don't even want to touch the game. Like, that's how generic and uninspired that game looks. And the game could be fun, but it looks so uninspired. Arts, well, about it's not DOA. It's a female fighter from other fighting games. My main focus is designs, then gameplay, then story is a bonus. See, the thing is, story and gameplay is interchangeable for me. And what do I mean by that? If you have solid gameplay, right? That a gameplay loop or whatever the gameplay mechanics are that is solid and addictive, then your story can be mid. It can be mid, and I'll play through it because the gameplay got me hooked enough. You get what I'm saying? But if the gameplay is mid, but the story is excellent, I can suffer through a mid gameplay mechanics because the story got me so hooked. I gotta see it from beginning to end. I gotta see how this shit play out. So I will play through a mid gameplay experience just to get that story. I am willing to go through that because the story got me hooked enough. So yes, it's interchangeable for me. If the story is mid and the gameplay is excellent, fine. If the story is mid, but if the story is excellent and the gameplay is mid, fine. Sign me up. But if both is mid, you lost me. I can't. I'll play through it, but so far and then get bored and walk and find something else to play. You know. That's a good question. What would make them non-generic? Somebody told me that an artist said if how you know a character is recognizable is by their silhouette. Their silhouette is very, very important. I think they need like for characters to stand out, they need a distinctive feature. Like for instance, I'll give you a perfect example. I'll give you my 3D hentai for a perfect example. Me, most people who do like hentai animations, like 3D hentai animations, most people don't work on original characters. Most people, most 3D hentai, I don't really like much. I respect the animation and the lighting and stuff like that, but a lot of them comes off like it gets repetitive because it's always Overwatch characters, Final Fantasy characters, Street Fighter characters. There's no original characters and stuff like that. But when I do 3D hentai, I normally do original characters. A lot of people ask me, hey, can you mix it up and do some characters from other games and stuff? Now, when I do my 3D hentai, I do inspiration from those games. I don't outright rip the model and this, that, and the third. I will make my own version of those existing characters from other mediums and stuff like that and add my own twist on them. But the reason why I say that to say this about creating iconic characters or characters that's recognizable that stand out, when it comes to certain characters, for a perfect example, when you create hentai, right, and certain characters, certain female characters, they're identifiable by what they wear, their hair, either their hairstyle, their facial structure, or if they have a scar on their face, or if their clothes has a standout, right? Now, the thing is, in hentai, 3D hentai, or animating some of these characters or bringing them to life in hentai, the moment if you remove what makes them identifiable, then they're no longer recognizable. They're no longer recognizable. That's why with some characters, if I don't have the ad sets to make some of those characters from like Street Fighter or something like that, then I won't go out my way to make those characters because you need those type of traits in order for that character to be recognizable and identifiable. When it comes to these Korean and these Chinese games, these characters need to have something that's identifiable, that's identifiable with only that character. Whether it's a hairstyle, whether it's a facial structure, a scar on their face, whether it's a certain type of outfit that you can just out, you can just glance it out your eyes and say, oh, I know this character. You know what I'm saying? Or if you put the silhouette of them, you know who that character is. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these Chinese developed games and a lot of these Korean developed games don't have those recognizable things where you can just look at it and you can just identify it. You just automatically identify it with it. Or the Resident Evil females like Lady D. Yeah. Marvel Rivals are a perfect example of gorgeous characters and unique designs. Exactly. The first finish starts get boring after a while. Yeah. But even then, there are a few that pop out. They look like custom wrestlers in WWE games. Shut up, Kim. I don't think China would push for unattractive characters like the West does. No, they don't. They don't. I mean, I guess that's why you mean by the culture. Like, beauty is really important in South Korea. Like, everybody's trying to be beautiful, trying to achieve that. That's why suicide rates is like crazy down there, is because of that pressure, gossiping, bullying, trends. If you don't look a certain way and stuff like that. So I can see that. Bayonetta is one that always stand out, even though I'm not a fan of the series. Exactly. I've never played a Bayonetta game ever in my life, but I love that character. I love that character. That's how you design a character. You able to pick up that character. My daughter never even played Bayonetta and know who Bayonetta is. I appreciate the fact that Street Fighter cast mostly have unique body proportions. Yes, there are women who are modest and sexually attractive. Look at the doll from Bloodborne and Hunter Dreams, or Sophia from Liza P. I agree. Sexually attractive does not mean always look like a whore or immodest. Yeah, I agree with that. He said, that's what I feel about Elden Ring. It's high fantasy in a made for TV movie way. Bad enough with an OnlyFans, and Dante's like, quiet. He ain't even saying nothing. It's probably why I play the game more than any other game, because the females all look different. Yeah, they all look different. That their designs are crazy. Takashi, what's up, Takashi? Honestly, you have the best opinion out of people in the culture war trash convo, because you are genuinely a game that loves characters and their lore. So, in my opinion, actually matters. Thanks. A lot of culture war people are grifters, not real fans. Nothing much. Just working for Caliber Fighter. Yeah, man. Like I said, when you ever get like something, once you get to the point that you're able to present it, man, I would love to do a video on it. I would love to have you come on the stream so you can share with everybody. I interview you, ask you questions. You can share with everybody about your Caliber Fighter and stuff. I'm all for it, man. And it was way less tits and ass back then. Motherfuckers had to look under Zelda's dress and pause. Yeah, I remember that. Niggas did have to look under. Yeah, it was way. That's it. Jill Valentine and lingerie killing zombies and hunters. Yeah, like I said, like the modding community is awesome. Don't get me wrong, the modding community is awesome, but I'm not into mods, like the sexy mods like that. Because like I said, it takes me out of the experience because it doesn't fit in that world, or it doesn't fit that character. Because if she has a sexy design from her world by default, that's different. But when you modding in shit that doesn't belong there, it breaks my immersion, because she doesn't belong in that outfit. It just takes me out of that world. It just takes me out of it. He said, in Sunset Overdrive, you don't even need mods. You can play the game in your underwear. Not gonna lie, I find that hilarious. Let me say this: sexiness needs to have a purpose, aka substance. Exactly. Just like the woke side want diversity, but diversity needs to have a purpose or whatever like that. They can't just be about the identity of said diverse person. The person needs to have substance. And same thing with sexiness. Sexiness still need to have some substance to it. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to the character. The character still need to have some substance. Okay, John. Thanks for coming through, man. The mod's getting crazy. Yeah. Yeah, the only time I go use the alternative fan service offers is when I'm on the second playthrough. Now that makes sense. Second playthrough makes sense, because you're playing. You already beat the game, so now you want to have fun. You want to experiment, try different things. I agree with that. Because that's what I used to do back in the day on the PlayStation 1, and then the PS2 and the older generations. when I did do a second playthrough, I would try to alternate costumes. You know what I'm saying? Or infinite ammo and a lot of the goofy stuff because I already played the game. I got the immersion already and stuff. Now when I go through it a second time, but to increase my replayability and experience, I experienced the game in a different way. So that, yes, I agree with that. So has your daughter ever played any of the Bayonetta games? No, she haven't played them yet. She wants to play them. I said I was going to pick her up like the Bayonetta collection or like Bayonetta 1 and 2, and I was going to get her the other ones for her Nintendo Switch Lite. That's what it's called, the Lite. I got her the hand the Lite. It's called Lite, right? They don't play video games. I've never seen a single Culture War Grifted live stream a game. I need to live stream games more. The thing is, I have a hard time live streaming games. The reason why I have a hard time live streaming games, because you see how we have these conversations, how we talk to each other. I don't even want to play the game because I love talking to you guys. Because especially RPGs, I can't do RPGs on playing live stream because I end up having to make a second file. I have to replay that wherever I played on stream. I have to go back and replay it because I spent most of my time entertaining and having fun with you guys, and don't even know what the hell is going on in the game. Don't even know what the hell is going on in the game at all. So I have to find games that we can all play together. Then I can actually have fun and entertain you guys. What I want to do, I want to play Sonic All-Star Racing Transform on Steam. I want to play that with you guys. Get a bunch of you guys. I think it's 12 players. I want to play that game on Steam. I want to get back into that game because I did it years ago. And I had fun with you guys. We had some great fucking fun. That would be something I would love to play. It's good. Fan service is good, but come on, man. Too much ruins the game. I never found a situation where there was too much fan service. I never found a game that there was too much fan service. I just think that just depends on your taste, on what you consider too much. Because I've never played a game that, man, I said, yo, it's distracting. I never played a game where I said, yo, this is just overkill fan service. I never got that in a game before. Never got that. Thank you. Oh my God. Yeah, that's part why I started watching anime. I actually take longer to draw male. I actually take longer to draw females. However, I turn them out quicker. I don't think male characters meant to look flashy. Just make them simple. Yeah. That goes to show us males. We're just simple. We simple as fuck. A game or any media that's blatant in fan service is a bit a turn off for my liking. That just came to mind when I said that. I never heard that from anyone. What about what, Osmond? Did I miss something? I don't like fan service always online games. I want to make my own games with fan service, but mostly fun. That's what brings my attention as a gamer and a visual artist. Yeah. So the Real Game Awards was the biggest grift. Yeah. Now the Real Game Awards, I didn't follow it. That's why I said This is why I said that if we don't gatekeep, man, all you're going to do is get exploited. Now, I may be ignorant here. I may not be I may not be the smartest ostrich in a hen farm, but if I can remember, wasn't the Real Game Awards, didn't you have to pay money to be part of to participate in it, if I can remember? Can somebody tell me in the comment section? Can somebody tell me that? Can somebody tell me that in the comment section? But what is it that makes the characters look unique? Wait 1 second, I'll get to that. Wait, hold up. I got man, I'm so far behind. Oh, God damn, you guys. Yeah, you had to pay $30 to vote. Why the fuck you had to pay? I thought it's about the gamers. People hate. This is what I'm talking about. People hated the Game Awards, right? The Jeff Keighley shill Game Award, right? Where everybody circle jerk each other, right? Just to turn around and fans have to pay $30 to get into the Real Game Awards just for it to be a circle jerk of Culture War warriors in the actual awards and stuff like that. You can't make this. You cannot make this shit up. Oh, it started on that cringe fest called Real Game Awards. Just a bunch of grifters sharing their opinions on the internet. The best fan service are women that are villains. You can't deny that they always dress sexy. Oh yeah, of course. Why would Jeff? If you don't know who Ghoulie, he's an artist because nah, Jeff a real pimp named Slickback. Yeah. So I'm like, why are we? I said, all right. So you turn around and say, hey, fuck you guys, like fuck the Real Game Awards. I want to come up with something for the gamers, but guess what? You got to pay money. I'm like, what? Like, can somebody make this make fucking sense? This is what I'm talking about. This is not about the cult. This is not even about fighting and protecting the culture of gaming. This is all about money. That's what all this whole thing is about. Is how these people can make money off of the people that they're supposed to be fighting for. This is what I'm talking about. They're exploiting the people. They're exploiting the people that they're supposed to be fighting for. And people are not seeing it. People will look the other way and say and turn a blind eye because they all share the same politics. That's why I'm done. That's why I'm like, fuck it. Like, I don't care anymore. I don't care. So, bro, paying money is an instant turn off. Like, that's crazy. Yo, what's up, Nightwolf? That's pretty dumb. My like, it's between. Yeah, you're literally being exploited. You're being exploited. It was a pre-recorded live stream made with Windows Move. Wait. No. Let's take that back. You said it was pre-recorded. It was a pre-recorded live stream. It wasn't even live. It wasn't even live. Look, man, who the hell are they to do this crap? And people paid for it. And that's why I said, yo, whatever befalls this community, they fucking deserve it. They deserve it. They deserve it. Nope, it wasn't live. Say they hold up. Pre-recorded with Windows Movie. Oh, damn. The Swedish dude I watched does his own yearly award show by himself for free while being a dedicated father and a husband. That's crazy. That's called giving back to the community. How are you giving back to the community saying, you know what? Fuck the Real Game Awards. They're not about the gamers. So I'm going to make my own Game Awards, but I'm going to charge gamers to participate in it. Man, I was like, yo, dog, y'all getting got. Y'all niggas is getting got. And guess what? I might, look, it is what it is. It is what it is, man. And learning that, I stopped caring about it. I was joking about one of them, but it wasn't professionally edited. So I'm starting to stop following these right-wing grifters, culture war channels. They don't provide solutions. Yeah, it's no different than the left. The left, all they talk about is problems, but no solutions. It's no different than the other side. The other side talk about woke this, woke that, right? But provide no fucking solutions. No fucking solutions at all. All they got is problems, no fucking solution, and then charge you money for it. Charge you money. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, yo, like, I'm gonna just stick with what I'm doing. Venus and Ryan Comics, man. I don't got time for this shit, man. Don't got time for this. And a lot of people within this culture war stuff, a lot of people who are angry and upset at gaming and stuff like that, don't want solutions. They don't want solutions. When you point to them alternatives, they don't support the alternatives, or they don't even research and look into the alternatives. They just want to bitch and complain. They just want to bitch and complain. You can't help. I realize, like, yo, I can't help. I can't help. I can't. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can fucking do. I can't make a difference in this space. I can't make a difference. I can't. What I'm afraid is swinging too hard to the other side. Seems to be a cycle to the extreme. Yeah, it was 30 minutes. Also, and some of the game nominees were years old. Also, the categories was pretty cringe. Yeah, what were some of the categories? I didn't get to see. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can find. Is it? Did they ever have? It was it? Okay. So this is what we want to do. Let's go check this out real quick. All right, 1 second. Video file. Share screen. All right, 1 second. There we go.
You don't mind the wait. You've got the all-new Caesars Palace Online Casino. Hundreds of your favorite games from your favorite casino right at your fingertips. Try new games and exclusive titles you won't find anywhere else.
Oh. Get over here! All right, so this is the Real Game Awards official live stream. It's not like you mean official pre-recorded stream.
Gaming community. And with that said, there's been a lot of talk about our awards show and some confusion about what it is. So let me just kind of tell you exactly what it is and what you will and won't see on tonight's show. You will not see a 4-hour show with 3 of those hours being trailers that would have been paid for to be on here. You will see several indie devs who you suggested that we wanted to feature for free. You won't see a giant industry
for free, but you'll still have to pay to get in.
Jerk that just ignores all the issues that are affecting the industry. You will see a show that celebrates the best and the worst in gaming in the past year. You won't see any awards that were voted on by the gaming media. Did you know that at Jeff Keighley's awards show, 90% of the vote, 90% goes to media outlets? That means only 10% of the vote goes to you. They don't even think you should have a vote.
But they took your money. The intro had a copyright claim and had to be removed from music. Yeah. But they took your, but you also have to pay them money. You also have to pay them money. That's crazy. Y'all still have to pay them money.
See?
Every single major award show is voted on by people who are within that industry. And if I'm being completely honest with you, that's how it should be.
Does that make sense? No, of course not. Which is why you will see awards that were 100% voted on by you, our voting members. You won't see any celebrity cameos. I promise you that. And the Real Game Award for Best Story goes to, with 32% of your votes, Black Myth Wukong. Hey, congrats, Game Science.
Presenting the award for Best MMO, lead supporter of the Real Game Awards and producer at RetroWare Games, Justin Silverman.
You might have forgotten what the MMO acronym actually stands for after all these years. Let me remind you. Massively multiplayer on.
And like I said, and the hosts are nothing but friends and people who know who's within a certain clique within the culture war space. Like I said, it's like I said, when it comes to the culture war, it's one big clique. It's one big clique. Everybody who know each other within this one big space, this one big clique. Of course, I'm not surprised. Razor Fist is in it. But like I said before, man, I'm good, man. I'm good. And I like I told you guys before, when it comes to culture war, there's cliques. There's cliques, and you have to understand how these cliques work. Yeah, so let me tell you, like I said, when it comes to the culture war, it's about clicks. Like it's different groups. There's different like tiers or different cliques or different culture war churches. And what happens is you have these big people within the space that formulate their own cliques. Now, the reason why they do these cliques is because, hey, you got an audience, I got an audience, let's come together. So you form these cliques. Now you're passing your audience around within this clique or whatever like that. Because more views equal more money. More views equals more money. So now you have access. All you guys have access within each other's audience. You tapped into their audience. They tapped into your audience, right? Now you also got to remember that person's audience is always going to be loyal to them, but they will show support if their culture war leader shows support of that person within the culture war space. Now, this is why if you're wondering why people are asking certain people softball answers, asking softball questions, and also asking and also turn the blind eye to some of these people within the culture war space, is because they're part of that clique or they want a piece of that audience. So if they're not a part of the clique but want to be part of that clique, they can't pressure that person. They don't want to pressure that person. If they pressure that person, there's an opportunity, there's a chance that they may lose access to that culture war person's audience. If you don't get that audience, then you're not going to get that money. And then you got people within the clique. The reason why they won't ask anybody within their cliques and call them out on their bullshit, or won't even won't come out on their bullshit, or if they do have to, because everybody's pressuring them to call them out, they won't call them out the way they should call them out. Instead, they will ask them softball questions, kind of like how they was asking Kamala Harris softball questions the entire election season. Same way they did with Biden, compared to what they were doing to Trump or whatever like that. So this is what I'm saying. It's the same thing like the mainstream media, the same thing like politicians and the politics and stuff like that. So yes. So then what happens is this person within the clique don't want to call them out, because if they call them out, that means they would lose access to that person's audience. And if they lose access to that person's audience, that also means they lose money. They lose the money and they lose the views. So that's why they won't pressure them. They won't pressure them. They will actually either go softball or they would turn the other way and pretend they didn't see anything. And that's what's going on right now in this culture war space. Like I said, it's been hijacked. This is what happened when a movement becomes mainstream. It's no different. It was not gatekept. And that's what's going on right now. So every time you see the Real Game Awards, every time you see these organized events, it's always the same usual suspect. It's always a clique, the same clique that's doing it. And the same clique is benefiting from it. You're not benefiting from it as the viewers. You have to pay fucking money for the Real Game Awards. And the thing is, I found out about that weeks, like a month or two ago. I found out about that. You're not benefiting. Only the clique is benefiting from it. You're being exploited. You're being exploited. I'm going solo today, man. I got this is for my audience. I'm going solo today. This is basically a Comics Gate all over again. Yeah. Not to mention steals identity and writes romance novels under set identity. Yep. So I can't wait for this stuff to end. Yeah. You're being fucking exploited. This is why I stopped. Yeah. What I'm gonna do is LG, I'm gonna let you know. I think next week I'm gonna have you on. I'm gonna try to hit Leon up too. I'm gonna have you, Leon, and I'm gonna have Cassie on. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to set that up next week. Hopefully nothing comes to fuck up. But I'm gonna try to set that up, and then all four of us will be on together. But yeah, man, I was like, that's why I had to walk away from this shit. I had to walk away from this shit, is because I see for what it is, and I want no parts of it. I want no parts of it at all. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, every once in a while I would speak out, especially like the whole Melody Mac situation, or if I have a nuanced take. If I have a nuanced take that needs to get out there and people need to hear this, then I will say what I need to say. So I had you tabbed earlier while I was cleaning, so I didn't hear it the first time. I thought, oh, it's okay. It's okay, bro. Always make your audience. I don't want to depend on others. Yeah, and that's crazy, man. Real Game Awards, but I'm charging you. Here it is. You have the Jeff Keighley Awards. Yeah, it's scummy, but they don't charge gamers a fucking dime. They don't charge gamers a fucking dime. You don't have to watch the Game Awards. You don't have to watch Jeff Keighley's Game Awards. They don't charge you for anything, but at least you can watch it. You know what I'm saying? And make fun of it. But here it is. This is supposed to be the real fucking Game Awards. It's supposed to be for the fucking fans and shit like that. But oh yeah, we're gonna charge you money. Like, dude, man. And I get this comment all the time. You deserve more views than you get, Mugen Lord. Yeah. Because real people don't ever get recognized. That's how it always goes. I get this all the time. People always say like Mugen Lord. Like people come to my channel and say Mugen Lord. It's fucking criminal why you don't get the views that you get. It's criminal that you're not put up there on the echelons for recognition and shit like that. Because guess what? Real people don't ever get recognized. We just sit in the background. We just do our thing. And I'm fine with that. I am completely fine with that. I just etch my own path. I etch my own road. You know what I'm saying? It's always been like that for me. While all the grifters and all the people that people keep praising, putting up to the top, while at the same time they fucking scamming you and playing the shit out of you, but people keep putting these people at the top on this pedestal. I always try to keep it real with everybody in my audience because I want y'all guys to learn something from it. And hopefully, every time you come to my streams, I always want you to learn some type of lesson that you can somewhat or somehow apply it to your own life. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the type of person I am and shit like that. But real never gets recognized until it's too late. Until everybody got fucked over. It's kind of like a relationship when your woman go out and leave you for some dude or whatever like that, and go with that guy, and this guy smacks her the fuck up and shit like that, and spit in their face and kick her and stomp on her head. Throw her down the steps and shit, get her pregnant. She keep going around having all his kids, and then he finally leaves her and shit like that with all the kids. And now she want to come back to you. This is how it is. That's how gullible. That's how gullible and fickle communities are on social media and the YouTube space. That's how fickle and gullible people are. It's good that you stepped out when you did. Otherwise, your future business would either suffer or abandon. Yeah. Said my ex married a meth addict. That's how it always goes, man. What's up, Sin? Yeah, Venus Orion Comics is a bigger priority now. Like my priority is Venus Orion Comics. That's all dog. That's all I dream about. And that's all I fucking dream about. And even though that it's going to take a minute for Venus Orion Comics to get to where it's at, I thank God and I think everyone who came out and supported Venus Orion Comics and got Venus Orion Comics to be able to produce or be able to put out its first book, VK Chapter 1. And I appreciate you guys for that. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to continue to keep working and keep working hard and stuff like that. But it always get that way. It always get there. It's always that way. A lot of these people have no lives either. Yeah. Like real shit. I don't care for Grums. Yeah. Like Grums is like he made this cringy ass post one time. Don't fuck with gamers or some shit like that. And it was cringy as fuck. And when I said it was cringy, people got mad at me when I said that shit. People got mad at me for saying that shit. And that's the shit that I'm talking about. Like, you cannot criticize Grums. You cannot. Because the culture warriors come out. I just joined. They seem like scammers. He said hyped for VK too. Yeah, man. VK, man. He said, "Yo, do Lord's work and give me a fan service Jasmine Mitchell poster." Oh yeah. There will be some fan service stuff Even for my females audience, I will have some husbandos, you know, which is the opposite of waifus. I will have some of that stuff for the ladies too at some point. But there will be some waifu material like posters and stuff like that. I will have some of that stuff for you guys for the female characters. I got some stuff in mind for Siona, the Die Star champion. I already got some stuff in mind for Bertelli, some fan service stuff. I do have some stuff in mind for Jasmine. So don't worry about that. I will have some fan service stuff for you guys. That's an automatic right there. I will have those things in the works for you guys who love the waifus. Man, you haven't seen half the waifus in the Venus Orion Comics universe. Y'all, I can't show them to you yet because it's not time. It doesn't make sense to show them because not yet. Let me put it that way, because it doesn't make sense because you're not going to see these characters anytime soon. But I got a lot of waifus. I got it's this one group. It's a rogue gallery. It's a team of evil chicks. It's just a gallery of waifus. A rogue gallery of waifus. Let me just put it that way. So yeah, there's a lot of waifus in Venus Orion Comics, and I can't wait to see which one of you guys see which ones y'all would gravitate towards and stuff like that. He said, did someone say fan service? He said that tweet was fucking cringe. You sleeve ass set his heart with it right in place. I'll say I hope the game industry the turnaround in the future. I take that people don't like that. Don't think Japan is woke or is bending to the knee. I actually cringe when people say that. I still play a lot of Japanese games, even if people disagree with them, with me. I know they aren't perfect, but I enjoy them. Yeah, Japanese games aren't perfect, but I enjoy them. I don't care, man. I really do enjoy them. He's yeah, very cringe. He said, did someone say fan service? Yeah, like I said before, Melissa Bertelli, Detective Bertelli, she's going to appear in VK Chapter 2, so you're going to see her. But you will see new images of her before Chapter 2 comes out. Like I said, I got some key art that my artists are working on. And as I said before, once the physical books go out, once a good portion, like a good 90% of you, get the stuff fulfilled, I will start getting into the revealing start getting into teasing Chapter 2 material. So you'll see some Chapter 2 material this year for sure. As far as characters, teases and stuff. I won't tease every character because I wanted to save that. No, I'm gonna ask you guys, does it bother you if you see characters before they appear in the book, or it doesn't fucking matter to you? Like I said, Venus Orion Comics, I need customer feedback, fan feedback, viewer feedback. I need that type of feedback. So are you gonna have cosplayers? BK, the two designs I'm thinking tagging you in. I'm thinking what I'm gonna do, I want to do, because you know my brother's a photographer. I'm thinking this. I'm not sure when I'm going to do this. I want to do a professional Siona photo shoot. We're gonna pay a model, a gorgeous hot model, and I wanted her to do a cosplay of Siona. I'm gonna hire a professional cosplay designer that design costumes. So I'm gonna have my artists sketch up all parts of the outfit from all dimensional sides. And I will hire an actual costume designer that can actually design Siona's costume professionally, and then hire a professional model and do an actual photo shoot of Siona. That's what I'm thinking I would like to do. That would be a way to promote. I'll interview her and everything and stuff like that. I would like to do something like that. That'd be like my first professional cosplay of one of my Venus Orion comic characters. That's something I want to do. I would love to do that at some point or whatever. But like I said, the faster, I have to grind, I have to hustle. But like I said before, the more you guys, if you like I always say this, you guys don't owe me anything as far as money is concerned. If you like my stuff, you like my stuff. But like I said before, the more support that you show me, and the more by supporting what I do, the easier I'm able to get this stuff out. I can be able to get this. Like I said, I have a lot of stuff written. I have a lot of stuff planned. Well, I can't push anything because I need funds. I need funds to do this, and I have funds, but I have a limited amount of funds. So I have to be strategic on how I spend these funds to get certain things done. But the longer the support comes in, then I can be able to do so many things at one time to get things moving. You get what I'm saying? He said, oh, good job on the video. I still finished drawing one of your. I still have to finish. Oh, I can't wait to see that. All things, drawing a chair is what's slowing me down. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it, Aegis. What's up, Andre? Let's see. It may not matter to me, but I don't speak for everyone. He said, thank you so much for shouting me out on the channel. Oh man, there's no problem, bro. Man, you ain't have to do that, bro. You did not have to fucking do that. But I appreciate it, man. Could you have girls cosplay as Jasmine and Jessica? Those are my favorite designs. Yeah, like I said, like I can have that. Like I said, I would have to get the out, because let me tell you something. Jasmine is easy because Jasmine, like when I do character designs, like Jasmine, me and my artist, we went online and found goth outfits, and then we just modified and then made our own version and stuff like that. So putting a Jasmine costume together, a chick can just do that herself. But if I had to, I would get the things. I would get a model and get her to dress up as Jasmine and do like a professional photo shoot. You know what? There may be a project I'm probably going to do with my brother Keo at some point. Now you guys getting me excited to do something like that. Now y'all motherfuckers got me excited to do something like that. Because that's not something that's going to happen right away. But I think that'd be a way to promote Venus Orion Comics. I think that'd be pretty cool. So yeah, like getting Jasmine, that would not be hard at all. I would have to get the outfits and stuff like that. But the shirt that she's wearing, that's custom. We made Jessica made Jasmine's shirt. So I would have to get somebody to make Jasmine's shirt. I would have to get somebody to make that shirt. Or I would get somebody to do it. What I would do is I would pay my artist to draw a bigger version of that design, and then I can have my brothers press it on the shirt. I can do that. I forgot. Fuck it. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Oh my God, you guys just did something. Like, oh my God. You about to put my brain to work. Nightwolf, you about to put my brain to work. He said I will buy prints and posters of both of them. Now you about to put me to work. I never thought about it. You gave me a new idea. Let me make sure I ain't skipping everybody. Yeah, like definitely, yeah. I'll definitely do that. I'm definitely gonna look into that. You should get Angry Joe on your future podcast one day. I wish I can do that. It's not that simple, Landon. I wish I could just go up to a big YouTuber with millions of subscribers and say, hey, come on my platform. I wish I could do that. It's not that simple. Like I said, if you guys want to see me on popular platforms of big YouTubers or vice versa, you guys as my audience have to go like flood. You got to flood them. Because then, like I said, people don't just go out of the kind. Let me tell you something. Nothing in this world is free. Yes, you got people who want to do a charity and just like out of the kindness of their heart want to see others succeed. But when you're in the world of business and you're in the world of YouTubing, people's always want to want something in return. You know what I'm saying? What like for me being on having Angry Joe on, or me being on Angry Joe's platform, what is the benefit of him? Like, how does he benefit from that? You know what I'm saying? There's no benefit of of me going on that for him. There's no benefit for that. So in order for it to be a benefit, it has to be a need. You know what I'm saying? It has to be a need there. And or to show there's a need there, my audience would have to flood, say, no, like you gotta talk to Mugen Lord, this, that, and the other. Because then it's okay, this guy has a nice sizable audience that wants me on his that wants him on my platform for whatever reason or whatever like that. all right, I can make it happen because now I'm tapping into his audience and his audience is coming over to me because they're dying for it. They want it and stuff like that. That's the game. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it would work. He said, I am trying to get there. My costume designing is in service of short horror and fantasy movies as of now, but I figure getting into cosplay and contests is a good way to get decent at it. Oh, that's cool, man. That's dope, Sin. Angry Kung Fu Joe. You're one of the real ones, moving Lord. So I remember I was promoting like crazy when Code Vein released. So do you think Final Fantasy 17 can learn from 16's and Rebirth's mistakes, considering how they sold? Now, this is a good question. Now, when it comes to Final Fantasy 17 is make it or break it for Square Enix as far as the Final Fantasy IP is concerned. What they need to do with Final Fantasy 17, if they're not going to do turn-based, I suggest that they take what they learned from Rebirth. The trilogy series, I love the combat system. I don't care what anybody say. That combat system is fucking addictive. That's the only reason why I've been playing through this damn trilogy, because I love that fucking combat system. Now, you got to remember, everybody keeps saying, well, every Final Fantasy game was different in terms of gameplay, being disingenuous. Most Final Fantasy games that were turn-based was ATB, but they had a twist. Every Final Fantasy game used the same ATB, but with their own twist. All Final Fantasy 17 and beyond has to do is take Final Fantasy 7 remake trilogy combat system, and each entry do something different with it. Add their own flair, add their own twist to it. That's all they have to do. So if they are going to do 17 and go and still want to be action RPG, then take Final Fantasy 7 trilogy, Final Fantasy 7 remake trilogy combat, and then make it their own. What they also need to do is take it back to its roots. Bring back an overworld map. Let's go back to some Final Fantasy 7. Let's go back to some Final Fantasy class systems. Let's bring back the class system. Let's bring back Black Mage, White Mage. Let's go back to that. What's the category? High fantasy, whatever they call it, with airships and castles and shit like that. Let's go back to that. Final Fantasy 16 could have been awesome if they had a class system, controllable party members, an overworld map with the Game of Thrones politics and everything. That would have been dope if they would have did that and not make it a full-on action game, and made it an actual Final Fantasy traditional RPG, but action RPG wise, and give us all those different things, because it had the crystals in it. So yes, Final Fantasy 17, if they're going to go action instead of turn-based, if they're going to go action RPG, go Final Fantasy 7 remake route, but make it unique, add more things to it, add some quality of life to it as well. As I said before, some interesting character designs, interesting characters. Bring back the class system. Or if you're not going to do a class system, do a fixed class system that everybody's in a designated class, but you can upgrade them within their class or whatever like that. Throw that back in there. I want to be able to have full party control. I don't want to just have like 3 party members. Fuck it. Give me 5 to 6 party members that I can control at one time. Give them commands, which means you're going to need bigger environments and bigger level designs and stuff like that, where I can issue out commands, switch between characters anytime on the fly, and everything like that. Give me that. Of course, a good fucking story that's going to get me engaged and involved and love the world and its characters itself. Throw that overworld in there, because what the overworld does is the reason why Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, yes, the open world looks big, but it's not big. It still makes Final Fantasy 7 world feel small, because the thing is, if they would have did Final Fantasy 7 remake trilogy and did an overworld, you can make the overworld big as possible, right? But each location you go into, then you can spend all your time to make those locations, those locations of interest. You can make those locations even bigger and explorable, because now you're not putting all your resources making a big open world and got to connect them seamlessly and all those other type of stuff. No, bring back the overworld, which gives you more leeway to be able to design your locations of interest that you enter from the overworld map, if you get what I'm saying. So that's what they really need to work. That's what they really need to work on. You know what I'm saying? And then stay away from identity politics, meaning this woke shit or what like that. Just make a good game. Just make a good fucking game. And like I said, Square Enix need to be Japanese again. Don't bend the knee. Just be Japanese. People love Japanese game studios because they were Japanese. I just did that's Monday's video. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil that. So you have to wait Monday. But yes, just be Japanese. People love Japanese studios because they were Japanese back in the day. They created games for the Japanese first in mind, and we're an afterthought. Everybody else is an afterthought. And since everybody's an afterthought, you go into these games and you get wow. You're like, wow, like this game is awesome, this, that, and the third. Because they wasn't trying to create a game to satisfy and cater to everybody. It was catering to their culture and catering to their people. And all they did was like treat us like a guest. Hey, if you want to partake in this, come on in. You know what I'm saying? But now they're trying to make shit for everybody. But the people that suffer is the Japanese audience. Because if their games is getting changed to cater to us. Need to ask. So I said, I keep meaning to ask where the name Mugen come from. Mugen, Mugen in Japanese means infinity, infinite. There's a game engine called Mugen, allows you to create your own fighting games. I was a Mugen channel. And when I made the channel, Mugen Lore is not my first channel. I have a comedy channel because remember back in the day, I was on YouTube back since 2006. So back in the day, the meta was making comedy sketches. I had a comedy channel that I made called Brian Meets Reality. I had that channel. The username is Mel Chesnick, but the name of my comedy and stuff like that was called Brian Meets Reality. And that was back when I was in college. Back in 2000. Back in 2005. But I started a YouTube channel in 2006. So back in like 2006 and stuff like that. My second semester, freshman semester, I did a YouTube channel. But yeah. I started making Mugen content on my comedy channel, and I noticed that my Mugen content was getting thousands of views within like within an hour. I was getting like 2K views, and I was happy, but at the same time I was upset because no one gave a shit about my comedy stuff, which was original content. So I was like, you know what? I was getting frustrated. So my girlfriend, she wasn't my baby mom at the time. She's like, why don't you just separate your content? Like, you keep your comedy stuff and just create a Mugen channel. So I was like, you know what? That's a good idea. I was thinking about it, but I wasn't sure that it's going to be the right move or not. She said, no, make a new channel. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to make a new channel. So when I made the new channel, I didn't know what to name it. I wasn't sure, but I said it needs to reference Mugen so people know it's a Mugen channel. So my baby mom said, why don't you just call yourself Mugen Lord? I was like, Mugen Lord. I was like, all right, whatever. So I just called myself Mugen Lord. And it became synonymous with everything Mugen at that time, you know. I'm working on my fan fiction universe. Cool, man. He said, when reading VK, I imagine you as the voice of your character. Yeah, a lot of you guys want me to voice Hezekiah, so that's what I'm going to do. So the voice actor who voiced Hezekiah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make him voice somebody else because I paid him because I said that whatever role that you got, you're going to be locked into that role. But everybody been DMing me said, dude, like we prefer you to be Hezekiah Draven, like Young Rav. We prefer you. So like my audience come first. It's all like my fans, it comes first. So what I'm going to do is I don't want to just fire him and not give him a position after I told him he can get this position. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give him another character. I'm going to give him another character that's just as important. So he can still be part of the voice cast and stuff like that. So that's what I'm going to do. So when you see the next time when I do a new trailer or when anything that's voice acting, I will be voicing Young Rav. So I hope your comment sells well. I try to support your Kickstarter, but my card didn't go through and something in my personal life. Don't worry about it. Because somebody else card wouldn't go through. So I had them send me I had them pay me through PayPal. So I sent them an invoice. So I got the receipt. They got their receipt. I got all their information, and I just mailed them their digital comic, and now I'll be mailing them their book. So anytime your card doesn't work or something happened with Kickstarter, just hit me up personally, and we can work something out. And I can do it, and I'll keep records of everything. I got the receipts, of your payment and stuff like that, and I can do it that way and just send you the book and stuff. When it comes to situations, only when there's situations like that, when there's problems with the card, and Kickstarter will not just do anything, you know what I'm saying? So I would do that. I did that for somebody. It was only one person that came to me about that, and they sent me. I sent them an invoice. They got covers. They bought covers C, and they bought covers D. They bought C and D. So they bought that. I sent them an invoice. I got the receipt. They got their receipt, and they got their digital comic yesterday. Yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was Thursday. Yeah, they got their digital comic yesterday. So Angel, sorry for the typos, tired. That's the same thing people do not understand about hiring employees. I'm working with Colorado Comics, Andre, and Movement. Dope. Me too, saying I agree. What every triple A Japanese company should go back to doing is focus on Japanese home market. Exactly. Grand Blue Reeling was one of the best action RPGs. Hey guys, is Grand Blue Reeling, is that crossplay? Is that crossplay? Let me know for a second. I got a question. Better than 16. Sort of like how people excuse Velgar being different because every dragon is getting. Yeah, exactly. Costume sins. I'm working for character. My character ideals. I remember I was thinking of trying to make Dragon Quest 8 action RPG where they already had a game like that. All right, I mean, it doesn't matter if they have a game like that. You can still do it. Nothing. Don't let it discourage you. It looked like they wanted to make a character action game DLC with Final Fantasy. Exactly. I give you the Lord. I missed that feature. Tingle. I dislike a lot of elements about cosplay community, but it's a good way to get an eye on your projects as well. And from what I can tell, an outside glance, it's not all bad. Hell, metaphor. All right, damn, I gotta catch up. Y'all know any sci-fi JRPGs? I'm almost sold on the genre, but I don't like fantasy. Sci-fi JRPGs, Star Ocean. Go try Star Ocean if you want to. Dude, you're not gonna be disappointed. Try Star Ocean. I think things will hopefully turn around with Japanese companies. I don't like the execution of Rebirth's world design. It felt bland and empty. Yeah, it does, and it felt like homework. I started getting tired. I spent like 110 hours. I got tired. I finished the game, 110 hours. I did a whole video on it. You can go check it out. One of my highest viewed videos ever. It's an hour long. I got chapters, so you can click through the chapters and pick the topic that you want to see. But Star Ocean's fit the bill. Do Star Ocean. Gamers complain on Twitter about Japanese games trying to be more. Yeah. I'm currently making a mecha-based trading card game. It's a love letter to all mecha, anime, and manga, and we'll play entirely. Like I said, if you're an independent creator and you're creating your own shit, once you get to a point where you're comfortable of showing it off, or you got something that's presentable, or you're trying to advertise whatever you have, and if you're a viewer of mine, like I said, I would love to cover it on my channel. I would love to have you on my platform so you can advertise it. I want to give back to the community. You guys been a blessing to me. So let me know this stuff. If you got a book, a novel that you've written or have written before, or you're about to release, or anything of a sort, I don't mind. You can come on my platform and we can talk about it and stuff, for people to see. Yeah, dude, Star Ocean's second story is really good sci-fi JRPG. Star Ocean, Star Ocean, was it the third one, Until the End of Time? Man, all of them are good sci-fis. I mean, of course, you have some that's better than the other Star Oceans, except for that fifth one. That fifth one's ass. But I bet you watched Gundam Wing. Oh gosh, please don't make games global. Yeah, is that true? There's Xenoblade Chronicles X. Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles X is also sci-fi as well, sci-fi RPG. Do you remember that disaster with Final Fantasy 15? With yeah. So can somebody is Grand Blue Fantasy Relink? Is that Is that game crossplay? If anybody know, let me know. Is it crossplay? I do not like Final Fantasy 15, bro. I quit that game like 2 hours in. I was not feeling that game. So then that's cool to know. I will certainly be hitting you up on that offer the time. Meanwhile, I'll be hanging out here anyway. You seem like a great guy. Oh, no problem. Thanks, man. Yeah, Dot Hack was a cool series, but the play order and timeline is confusing as fuck. Yeah, man. So yeah, it's my god. So no one has a PS5. Do anybody has a PS5 and have the game? Because I want to, like, I got so many multiplayer missions. I mean, the game is dead online. You can't find. I gotta play with my brothers. I do play with my brothers, but the problem is we missing another player. We need 4. Like I don't like have like an NPC player. We got 3 human players and 1 NPC player in the party. I would like to have a full 4-player party. So if you have it on PS5 and would like to play, if you guys have a PS5 and have Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, you gotta join my Discord so we can actually play that together. I would love to play that. Yo, bro, I mean, to get at you on Discord about my project, I have time to polish it and it's some now. Yeah, just send me a message. I probably won't be able to check it tonight because after I get off stream, I got other stuff I need to do. But just leave it, just send it to me, I'll read over it and then we'll just talk about it and stuff. So yeah, everybody have it on PC. Damn it, shit. I got it on PS5. That's fine. But yeah, but that pretty much, man, wraps up this stream, man. I was not expecting to stay on this late. I was trying to have some early time for myself to do this other stuff. But yeah, guys. Like I said, if you want to be part of the let me go back here for a second. If you want to, you don't have to, but if you want to join the Discord, you can join the Discord. Here's the link in the chat, so you can join the Discord. I gotta be in there more often. I gotta be more active because I mean, there's a lot of you guys in here, but this thing will be even more active if I'm actually in here keeping the conversation and keeping things alive. I've been so busy with videos and writing comments and so much other shit. I gotta come in here and be active. I'm a leader. I have to be active to get you guys to to see more of you guys, in here and stuff like that. So definitely go check it out if you're interested in joining the Discord and everything. I got a channel. You can promote your content. I have a separate channel. I have channels in the Discord for you to promote your stuff. I love like that. So you can promote your channels on there as well. Like I told people, if people don't want to get constantly hit with notifications, just all you gotta do is just silence that channel. That's all you gotta do. But yes, you can promote your stuff in that. I have a channel specifically for promoting your YouTube channel, social media and stuff. I have an art channel. So if you have art or anything of that hobby or whatever like that, you can post up there. I have a not safe for work channel. So you can post not safe for work art. If you do videos or animations and stuff that's not safe for work, you can post that in that chat too. Or like that. It also has a what you call them, 18 years or older type of flag on it. So if you don't have that age or whatever like that, you can't enter it and stuff. So you got all that stuff. So yeah, you guys have a good night. Remember, I'm streaming again. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Either around 6 or 7 p.m. It's one of those times. It's interchangeable because I'm a dad. Sometimes I gotta cook dinner. I gotta get my my order, my daughter and everything situated. And sometimes my daughter has after school activities where I have to pick her up at 6 and stuff like that sometimes. So it all depends. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is our stream schedule. That is the stream schedule. So you can expect the stream unless I make an announcement that there will be no stream. So you got to look out for the community tab. And if you're on my Discord, I'll also leave a message there if there will be no stream. I will also mention on my social media, which like X. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is when I stream. So you can always catch me at those days when it comes to stream. Every once in a while, I may shadow drop a stream. That's not Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on an off day. I may shadow drop sometime. Or if there's breaking news that we got to do it, or if there's like a Nintendo Direct or an Xbox presentation or a Sony presentation, then I'll do a live stream out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So always make sure you check that. So yes, have a good night and see you Game Fiends later. Peace out.